Alright, running late as is the new norm, even though I have so much more time you'd think I'd be on time more. But things just seem to keep conspiring against me of late. Time to get this game done. I think we were about to open the book next age. Yeah. I don't think we read the book for this age yet, though, so let's go read that. Then we'll get it on in there, solve those puzzles, and see if there's anything left. Read this book. Before arriving in this age, I was determined that it would be a journey to a world very different from my previous adventures, and it was. The sky here is dark and gray and incessantly displays flashes of lightning in the distance. I met a very old man with a long beard and hair that hangs to his waist. He is very feeble and has trouble even moving. This man has obviously been through very many things in this strange world, and I have learned many things from him. He has told me an interesting story of this world's history. Years ago, he told me, there was a beautiful city that rose up out of the water. It housed many people inside its walls, and the people had everything they wished for. The city was surrounded by 3 high hills which rose higher than the city. On the east hill of the city rested a large lookout post. People of the city had constructed the post, expecting visitors to arrive from the east. The people had no means of traveling on the water, which forced them to merely wait for friend or foe. As time passed, friendly visitors brought rumors of an enemy that existed beyond the horizon. People grew fearful, yet nothing happened. One day, the usually sunny sky became as dark as night, and black ships appeared on the horizon. The lookout post's attempts at peace were turned away, and the sentries there were easily overwhelmed. Ships continued to wreak havoc on the city, apparently destroying everyone and everything. After the foundations of the city were destroyed, the city sunk deep into the ocean, and only the lookout post remained. Black ships sailed away. The man continued to say that 8 people had hidden and managed to survive the attack. 9 years since the attack, 2 of the survivors had died. He also said that it was rumored that 10 years from the attack, the enemy would return to finish the destruction they had started so long ago. I have decided, since hearing the man's story, it would be admirable to save the civilization and stop this enemy's plan of destruction. I'm excited about the adventure that awaits me, and an idea has sparked in my mind to provide the needed defense for these people. I have met the remaining survivors today and have begun work on a plan for protection. After a short absence, I have returned to this age with my 2 sons. They have, as of yet, traveled rarely with me, and they are understandably excited to be here. They have grown considerably since Everdunes, and it is already obvious to me that they will be a great help this time. Instead of the nuisance they had been in the past, all 3 of us, along with 4 of the healthier survivors, began construction today. We are building upon the old city's ruins, which will provide a perfect foundation for our fortress. Ignoring the fact that the foundation was apparently destroyed? Not sure how you can build on something that doesn't exist, but sure. My sons have been spending much of their spare time on the South Island, where most of my materials are stored. I'm very pleased with their intelligence, and their creativity is refreshing to see, as they work on some small projects of their own. It has been over 4 months now, and construction is going well. My sons love the world except for its gray sky. They detest the gray sky, and tell me many times they wish the sky were like the blue sky in Mist. The old man I first talked to tells me that the enemy is due in 4 months. I feel we will be ready when the time comes. The man reminds me of Emmett in many ways, and I often wonder how Emmett and his people are doing. It has been 6 months of work, and we have finally finished the fortress. It rests between the three hills, which are now only islands due to the rising water level that the people experienced after the attack. Inside the fortress, I've designed a most intriguing device. It makes use of a technology called holography. I began experimenting with on my visits to Aspermare. It will be working in a couple days after I compensate for some small miscalculations. Holographic device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress. Enemy is due to come soon, and I trust the fortress will provide sufficient protection for all of us. Indeed I am. I'm more than halfway done with it. How are you doing? Black ships have come. Their attack was substantial. Their weapons have been stopped, and it appears they have turned away in defeat. I could not help but smile as I watched the boats leave. Last night we had a small celebration, and the old survivors danced their dances of old. My sons did not understand why the sky had not turned back to its original blue. The old man told them that the storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. I assured my sons that a blue sky was not worth the risk of death, and they seemed to hear me. I've had a healthy adventure and have begun work on a new book. Once again, I must leave a familiar age in search of a new universe I have begun. First, I will have an extended time with Catherine, whom I miss very much. I must also return to the people of the Tide. Oh, that's great. I never actually had that much experience with this game until recently, but I had heard of it plenty back in the day. I just never actually had it. Aside from... No, I think it was Riven that I ended up doing anything with. I don't think it was Uru. I don't remember. It's been too long. I'm glad that helped. I believe in my travels I found a substance that will ease the pain of their bone ailments that they have long endured. I hope to return to mechanical age one day and find the population growing and my fortress still strong. Though the sky may always be black, I'm confident the people here feel a heavier darkness has been lifted from their shoulders. Yeah, we've already dealt with... Oh yeah, I forgot I had a page for each of these still to deal with too. Yeah, we've already done the puzzles for Channelwood, the Stone Ship, and Selenic. We've turned in multiple pages.
Each page I can see you more clearly. Soon, I will be free from this hard prison, this book. You must visit the one remaining age which you have not. I am confident that Cleargen, that my brother Achenar is demented.
You're both off your rockers.
He took advantage of the freedom our father had given us long. Achenar began to gain a twisted pleasure. Conquest and destruction. I ask you again.
Honestly, when I tried this game a while back, I couldn't make head or tail of anything going on. But I found it very clear this time. And I think that was just because I had the right little bits of information from when somebody else had played this that I watched. Because that's the whole thing with this, is as long as you know what ties everything together, it all makes perfect sense. But this game is not very good at giving you the necessary information to make any of the judgments that it feels like it's expecting of you. Because a lot of it's very hidden.
Thank you for bringing the blue pages. Listen. Convinced that Cirrus is guilty. Do not release him. Will destroy me. Just innocent bystander had been wrongfully tricked into imprisonment. Confident you have observed his unbridled lust for riches. 4 remaining worlds. Gruesome plot. It was almost perfect. Blow to father. He tricked him into believing that it was I who was the murderer. I did not murder father. Bring me the remaining blue pages, please. A liar. A fool and a liar.
How much did that end up costing you to get every Street Fighter game? I'm assuming you mean it in the literal sense, like you're saying there, as in every version, everything. That has to have been an excessive expense. That's assuming you're getting the original versions of all of them, is. I don't think an actual collection's been released for all of them yet. Okay. Whew. We got some buttons. Gears laying on place. I'm gonna hear a weird noise for a second. Don't mind it. I think there's still something odd happening with my controllers. It's causing that little bit of stuttering. That's a hell of a painting. Rocket, stone ship. You know, for the life of me, I still don't entirely know what this was for in the stone ship age. Aside from, I guess it was to tell me where the button needed to be pressed. Okay, that makes noises. Since I can interact with that, there's almost certainly a reason for it. Button to the chessboard. That's not on you. Yeah. Button there and underneath. More of Akinar's torture chambers. Is our friend in the blue room, which would be Akinar, is the one who seems to have a penchant for torture and murder. But Cirrus has quite the collection of knives and poisons around in every room he's ever been into. So neither of them comes off as innocent. But who's to say how much of that's been planted anywhere, too? Oh, it's the cowbell sound again. I wonder if that's related to the sound puzzle from the earlier place. Might be. I still have my notes from all that over there. It's been leaking a lot of oil or something. I've dipped in and out of Street Fighter over its time. Never really got that big into it because I was just never big on fighting games to begin with. Required a kind of combination of reflex and memory that just never quite hit for me. They're well-made games, I don't indulge in it myself anymore. Okay. This is just the same door. We just go in a circle. Means our current puzzles device here, presumably is a rotation control. That is a lot more than a rotation control. That's gonna do a lot. I want to know what's over there, but I gotta figure out how to properly rotate this place first. Wait, no, that can't possibly be a rotation control unless there's a delay on it. Because if that rotates the whole place, I can't get back. There wouldn't be a point mechanically to rotating it if I can't get in here again. Try pressing the big red button. Ah, of course. Cirrus, your greed sickens me. Your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they will all listen to me. Regards, Akinar. There's already been issues between the two of them, I see. Page. I mean, as you can see here, what Akinar was saying can't be that far off with the amount of wealth just buried in a hidden room over here. Fitting for Cirrus that his button is under a chessboard. He does seem to be the more tactical-minded of the two. So, we didn't see a blue page in Akinar's room. So, I need to find that room again. Behind a hidden panel somewhere. Yeah, it was in this room. The very unsubtle... There it is. I probably looked right at it and just didn't pick it up. What was this? Yeah, as expected. This had a snake in it. Which, I don't know if the snake is important. So while I went through this just yesterday, I don't want to trust my memory implicitly on this. So Cowbell is south. But we're currently pointing south. So... to get this thing to do things. Okay, we've moved that. Let's see if this actually moved the place or not. That is just, as it says, a simulation. Okay. Hmm. But this has to be this has to be relevant in some... Now it's back there. Oh, does it have to lock in place? And that switch on the left is like a lock. Yeah! Okay. Now that it made the noise, maybe things have changed. Nope. At least not here. Interesting. So why does it make the same sounds that the tunnel maze did? I mean, clearly it was designed by the same people, so it makes sense that there'd be some carryovers between them. But why that one to this one? That seems, in a way, just too convenient. I may even just be barking up the wrong tree the entire time here. That may be completely pointless to fiddle with. That's the problem with the puzzles in the various ages compared to the puzzles in the main Isle of Mist. Is a lot of these don't really seem to have any hints or explanations about them. You're just meant to figure out what it's intending. Whereas you have a bunch of information available for all of the puzzles on the actual island. I don't know what to do with this at all. Assuming fiddling with it randomly is not going to do me any good. Then there's this stupid thing. Makes 4 sounds, but I don't even know if this is relevant. I mean, maybe I have to get into Cirrus's head a bit here. Because he's clearly collected things from all of the ages he's been to. Kind of like a greatest hits, things he's accomplished. Or may even be looking at it as things he's conquered. But how does that relate to anything else? Anything else in his room? Lots of wine, he's got bowls. Thing. Can't open any of that. I think this room is just as usual for the red page and a little background. Because there's a whole lot of nothing interactable in here. Leave that room behind. Oh, I guess it's back to the gold standard of push buttons and find out what happens. About the only thing I have left to prod that I haven't done anything with is this thing. Appreciate it, Kiwi. You hopefully get some good sleep. It was a lot of fun hanging out with you yesterday. Assume that's gonna, like, rotate it. Doesn't like that idea. Okay. Without any kind of idea what any of these buttons mean, I don't think it'll get me anywhere just randomly pressing buttons. Yeah, I can imagine that you would still be way up from all of that. Just the sugar from all those warheads alone probably would be enough to keep you going for a while. I'll certainly be there if you manage to do another long one like that. I am very reminded of the Stone Ship Age, where I don't even know where to start. Problem here is not so obvious. Like, they said there were meant to be holograms. Aha! I knew I was missing something somewhere. I mean, nothing's saying you have to allow people all to inflict that on you again, even if you do another long one. But yeah, I can imagine if you're not used to that, having so many is gonna wreck your body a little bit. I probably need these to line up. That's flashing red. Maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe I've done a terrible thing here. It certainly didn't do anything outside. Wait. That's an idea. I wonder if I'm supposed to match this with the device that's upstairs. Something moved that time. Still have no idea what that means either. Didn't seem to move the rings out here or anything. It's probably only gonna be like 4 or 5 hours, so maybe, maybe not. I'd be happy to see you come back. I got the ring shape. Possibly be matching those. Only got the one kind. Really didn't like that idea. There's either like a radar dish or a gun or something up there, but I definitely can't get up there right now. So honestly, I never know how long I'll be on either. My consistency is questionable. If I can get around into here. I can't rotate the outer ring that I can tell. Unless I can move this up. No, because moving it up is what rotates the device in the first place. You see, normally when you line up two things like that, that's like a locking system, and that something's now been unlocked. But I don't really know what that means. Oh! I'm blind. I'm a fool. That rotated the tube that is the elevator. I was thinking too big. Okay. Random button pushing got me somewhere. 1 second. Button. Button. Apparently the button does a lot of nothing? Okay. I'm not sure that was a good thing that I just did. It made an awooga noise at me and flashed and everything. Uh. Hmm. Now, this seems less than ideal. I appear to now be in between floors, with no real use for that idea. I'm assuming there will be a reason to do that at some point. Now, why on earth would you have a means of lowering the stairs on this side? Seems odd. That said, the only thing I can think of for that would be that it does something upstairs, too. Let's go have a look up there and see if there's anything I can fiddle with. As now. Oh, that still does a whole lot of nothing. Okay. I'm not sure that this has assisted us in any real way. Hmm. I'm very confused. Like, I would love to say I've gained great knowledge and understanding from what I've just done, but really I think in the end I've learned genuinely nothing. Yeah, because it makes a noise when it locks in place, presumably. Maybe I just tried to lock it to a place that isn't an option. We're just going all the way to the other end. Now it'll make a clink noise. But it reset anyway. there's not, like, a button or anything for me to hit. Right? I have to assume that that's indicating to me what to expect from something, but I don't know what it's trying to tell me what to expect from. If that makes sense. Like, what I need to interact with to do the thing it's suggesting. It doesn't seem to like any of these ideas. None of these things do anything good. Like, I could start the process of elimination this puzzle of this thing if it gave me any indication something was happening. But all it does is make a chunk noise at me angrily every time I press that button. So either I'm missing something with this. Considering it makes a noise, I have to assume there's something to be learned from it. Because they don't put things in just for shits and giggles in this game. Everything has a purpose. It's just a matter of figuring out what that purpose is. Unless perhaps I did these... Oh, you know what that might actually be? You know what the dumb thought I just had was... I might have done this in the last stage in the wrong order. You might have been intended to go here first, and that'll teach you what the sounds mean for the final puzzle of the other place. That might be a hint for elsewhere. That may literally have nothing to do with this place at all. That's probably meant to be a way to figure out that puzzle ahead of time, so you didn't have to trial and error it like I did with some help yesterday. Because each of those sounds corresponded to a direction. Still don't know what this and the damn snake have to do with anything. Especially since each time I click it, it ends at a different direction. Like, maybe I'm doing that thing again where I attach significance to something that has no significance, but I get the feeling that there is something to this. I just don't know what yet. And then there's these fucking things over here. Each one's a different color with a different number of sides. I have to assume that the fact that there's both a color and a shape difference is relevant. But I don't know why. You know, the snake just pops out and pains biting, and then it goes back in. There's apparently nothing we can do with that. That's, of course, probably wrong. Because it exists, there's more than likely something it does. Yes, there's also all the stuff in here. These poisons and all that. Like, for all I know, leaving that on does something. I'm just gonna leave that running. Except it turns off when I leave. I don't know. We're currently in a loop of I don't know how to start. Just like we had with the Stone Ship Age. Hellenic we figured out. Because it was pretty clear what it wanted of me. And while I was paying attention when I read the book, and I looked at all the symbols and everything they had in the book, none of those really stood out to me as being important. None of that really matches up with anything here. Aside from it demonstrated that the fortress can rotate and that there'd be holograms telling people how to use the fortress. But the only hologram we've encountered just makes noises at me. And hasn't really indicated anything meaningful beyond that. This is what I was talking about when I was telling people that this game's kind of a product of its time, in some ways, because rather than the puzzles necessarily getting more complex, they're actually just getting more obtuse, at least from where I'm sitting. And it's entirely possible that I'm missing something blindingly obvious. Would not be the first time. There's always the option of I just start turning these on one by one and see if they do anything. Because considering we only got stuck in the Stone Ship era because of the fact that I didn't realize that the pump was doing something. They don't rotate in consistently different directions. So it's not like they're relating to a piece of information that way. I mean, there might be something that involves remembering that yellow is 8-sided, green is like 12, and the orange is 20. But I don't know how that would be relevant to anything I'm doing right now. Wondering what I'm looking for. I don't remember what I did with my pencil. There it is. So I can write that down in case that's relevant. Like, I'm assuming that that's irrelevant information. But it can't hurt to have that marked down just in case there is some hidden relevance to it. I'm genuinely lost right now. Like, I've been playing at being confused and lost for most of this. Because I was always a little bit lost, but not like, oh god, I have absolutely no idea what to do. This one I've got genuinely nothing. Ah, I see why it didn't do anything the first time now. I was standing just in there enough that it didn't want to have anything to do with that idea. Now, I'm assuming I've done the elevator puzzle correctly. I'm just gonna see if it does anything in any other orientation. So it's looking like no. That just reopens the elevator. So I think it's safe to say we can ignore this area down here. The area down here is irrelevant. I still don't understand why there's a button that will lower the stairs on the other side. That also still doesn't make any sense to me. There's the fact that we can get off the we can attempt to get off the elevator partway between floors. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Another thing I could try to do is add up the right number of sides to match one of the shapes. But that doesn't make a lot of sense either. In terms of any kind of connection. Checking off all puzzles that have actually been solved. But I don't try to use that information for anything. Because I'm assuming each information goes to one puzzle and is done. Maybe there's meant to be like a progression? But I can't think of enough pieces that logically go together. Either. For a moment there, I was like, okay, maybe I do like ball rolling down the hill. Ball eventually ends up on spikes. Try to kind of like tell a story across the 4 buttons as a means of having a logic. That's clearly incorrect, because I don't have all the parts I would need to make something like that. Biggest thing here is clearly the goal is to rotate the fortress so that it points over there. But how? Assuming that this panel here rotates the fortress doesn't make any sense because we would then be trapped. Because there's only the one platform that we can tell. Unless there's a bridge on the other side. I do remember seeing a separate pathway on the pictures he provided. Book. But that doesn't mean that there's necessarily actually going to be two bridges. One, because, you know, that could have been destroyed, or any number of other things. This thing. Blue circle inside a green ring. It's nonsense. Makes noises. I was expecting to be done with this game within the first 2 hours today, but it's looking like just this age alone is going to take at least an hour, if not more than that. His story time took up a good like 20-30 minutes at the start of the stream, so we've already been in this age for a half an hour, and all we figured out to do was open the elevator. I'm gonna check a hint for myself, like I did with the stone chip age. Because otherwise we're gonna be here for hours on end, accomplishing nothing, and that just won't be any fun for anybody. Ah, okay, there's just something I missed. Read that right? I'm trying to read these very quickly so I don't process all of it. I just get the idea of what I need. I can then put the rest of it together. Yeah. Okay. So I was doing the right things, partially, but in the wrong order. Gotta push this, push that. Because it brings this down out of my way. I never would have assumed that I was supposed to step out of the elevator. But I assume this button will call the elevator back up. But I don't know what these levers mean. I purposely kept myself from seeing that part. We'll have to figure this one out. Cowbell? Okay, so this is the same mechanism as the simulation. now the fortress is facing north. Now, I don't think north is the direction we actually want this to face, but we're at least proving things out and figuring out where we're going. Okay, there is a platform out this way. There is value to coming out here. Ah, this is information as to the order for the buttons. Okay. Now we go back and we want to make sure that we're facing that way. I'm gonna have to loop around. And the thing is, I was suspicious about the fact that we had the middle button for the elevator, but I never would have assumed that I'm meant to get out of the elevator. But that explains why there's the alarm chime when you press that button. It's meant to be a timer to warn you that you need to move. So we unlock the gears. Now we rotate the machine. Now we're facing east. What we want is west. I think. Actually, no, we might have been right. Or north. Now we're at spin, which is west. But I think I've got my directions crossed because of how many times I've been running in circles. But we'll see in a moment whether I have my directions right or wrong. I think, if I'm remembering my directions correctly, this is going to be pointing out into nothingness right now. This is going to be the one direction that leads to nothing. Yes. Okay, I didn't get spun around as bad as I was worried I had. Okay. So we need to get it rotated around to exhaust, and then we can go out onto that other platform. What the mechanism? Rotate. That should be. Okay, one more time. That I think immediately went back. Hold it long enough. We're at exhaust. Now we're locked into the east. We go down, go get the information, presumably bring it back to that other set of buttons. That set of buttons will open up the area we need to access, presumably to get the linking book back. We put in the pages, and then we'll either be done already or not. There's a lot of stuff left unanswered here. Like, Does this do anything? Do these things mean anything? There's a lot of unanswered questions here. But of course, this may not even open up the linking book. But considering how short most of these ages are, I wouldn't be surprised. Huh, I actually almost had the correct solution accidentally. When I was just fucking around with the buttons, I almost had that set of buttons in play. Okay, so now we switch it back to cowbell. We can go back over there and see whether this sends us into another section or if it sends us out of here. I mean, design-wise, there's a lot of BioShock here, so that's kind of fair. And I'm sure the whole comment about setting it to cowbell doesn't make a lot of sense either. One, two, in, cowbell. Should be right. Yeah. Now we can put the input wired into this machine. That opens up a staircase here. And yeah, I guess we're just done with this age already. Okay. Yeah, a lot of that stuff was just extraneous red herrings and bullshit, I guess. Huh. Now, since in theory these are the last pages, each of them, I'm going to save in multiple slots before I do this. In case this causes, like, a split timeline or something, each time I give one a page. Since we know that, at the very least, Akinar has either been blamed for a lot of fucked up things, or is in fact doing a lot of fucked up things, I'm going to give Cirrus a page first. Let's see what happens. And it is still static.
You finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Cirrus. I trust that from your explorations, you've become convinced that my wicked brother Akinar is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father.
See, the more you say that, the less I want to believe you.
his father, who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named Mist, that he housed most of these books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Akinar has burnt and mutilated most of these books. Why? Our father was always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the mystic books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the mist ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. This thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the mist ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akinar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final journey. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, trapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page.
Okay, so there's one final.
Free. There is a book on the shelves in this library which is mostly burned but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158. Recreate the door of the fireplace.
Ah, that's what the fireplace puzzle is.
Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released. And able to reward you, of course.
Yeah, reward me by killing me, probably.
That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another one. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will be face to face.
How much you want to bet he's absolutely lying to us about at least some of that? Akinar is definitely crazy. I won't disagree with him on that. But there's a 50-50 chance that the Green Book will either be as bad as he is saying, or lead to something useful, such as releasing their father. Because they may have just stuck him in a book at some point. It's hard to say where that really ends up lying. Let's hear Akinar's side of the story. Even though he's a whiny pain in the ass.
Hello, I'm Akinar. I'm glad to see that you have returned to help me escape from my wrongful imprisonment.
Oh, they're both absolutely bad.
Cirrus, who did this to me?
There is no question.
Cirrus,
The lesser of two evils situation.
do not listen to him. I warn you. I warn you again. He is a liar. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not release him. He killed my father. He will kill you. It began when my brother Cirrus began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of mist. He hoarded up riches for himself, while slept away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the ages of mist, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother. I hated him. And then Cirrus began to destroy the ages of mist. He burned their forests. He tore down their structures. He flooded their lands. He murdered their inhabitants. He completely destroyed all but 4 of the ages. Of course, I had to warn my father. And when I finally found him, there was Cirrus also, talking cleverly with the lying tongue of a serpent. He convinced father that it was I who had destroyed the ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. And as Cirrus dealt the final blow, he tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Cirrus did not deal as fast a blow as he had planned, and his father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies. And so, in dying, father imprisoned us both, unsure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you, what I say is the truth. Release me. You must release me. My brother is a deceitful liar and deserves punishment. I only wish vengeance for my dear father's wrongful murder. Believe me. You must only recover 1 additional page to release me from this prison. It is the easiest to find. Go to the bookshelf that's in this library. On the far side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book, which is different from the other burned books. This book is filled with patterns.
Ooh.
Find pattern 158. Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you to the last blue page. Remember, don't take the red page. Take only the blue page and return it quickly to me. Oh, do not touch the green book. It is a clever trap to imprison those who have not been warned. Do not be tempted, for you will rot and die, imprisoned as I am. I tell you, if you follow my instructions, it will be well worth your while.
There's one key point. One very important point. And there are 2 testimonies here. Cirrus said the book in question was in the middle. That's the Mechanical Age book. Akinar said that the book with the patterns was on the right. He's correct. Cirrus gave me false information. Now, whether that's just a bad bit of wording or an intentional clue, hard to say. Let me quickly sketch down this pattern. We'll see if that suspicion is accurate. Because the thing is, what I'm hazarding as my theory for this situation is, as you're pointing out, they're both bad. And the truth lies in between what they're saying. I would not be at all shocked if they both were doing exactly what their brother says they were doing, considering all the evidence we've seen thus far in their rooms. So, when their father got suspicious, they most likely turned on each other and him, so he sealed them away. And it's entirely possible he did go on a final journey and didn't come back. But it may not be that he was searching for answers as to what went wrong with his kids. Since the old man just had a penchant for going off on journeys to begin with. But what I would absolutely accept as a possibility is that Yeah, kind of. He may not have expected to die on that trip. He may have intended to just let them stew in imprisonment for a while and think about what they've done. And release them at a later date. In the hopes that they learn something. And then, gallivanting across dimensions finally caught up with him. It would certainly make sense, considering he had gotten out of a surprising amount of bad situations across his various journals. So it would be inevitable that one of them would not work out. I wouldn't immediately assume foul play on the part of either of them in terms of him ending up dead. But also would completely fit with the character portrayed for Sirius in terms of what was in his rooms for him to murder his father, considering the knives and the poison found in his rooms. And the whole King of the Ages thing also would track because of the paintings and such we found in that one room. All royalty things, things of nobility, and all of the money. It stands to reason that he's a greedy man, lending some credence to what Akinar is saying. But the cages, the manacles, the torture devices, all that we found in Akinar's rooms, lends credence to him being demented and insane and murderous himself. So clearly they're both bad. Unless we're being misled by a third party across the board here. Because there's always the possibility that the apple didn't fall far from the tree, and their father's just as nutty as they are. Now, I'm going to grab Sirius's page first, just in case it automatically does the thing. Okay, it doesn't. I can grab both pages. I'm going to save again, for completeness sake. And I'm going to do what they both told me not to do. Because if two crazy people tell you not to do something, it may not actually be that bad an idea to do it. Uh-huh. What did I say? Their father's in this book.
Don't come here to Dunny, not yet. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend, as you no doubt have for me. Where should I begin? Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I fear you met my sons, Sirius and Akinar, in the red and blue books on Mist Island in my library. My library. Oh, it contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago. Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap over-greedy explorers that might stumble upon my island of mist. But I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons, Sirius and Akinar. We had many journeys together. I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. I could see the greed growing in them. I had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. They begged for access to those books, and of course, I denied them. Oh.
But alright, Chief, I'm glad you're here either way. You're here just in time for the end of Mist.
I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Their own mother. They used their own mother. Oh, my dear Catherine, to lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Mist, except they removed a single page from my Mist linking book. I cannot return without that page. you, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Mist and bring justice to my sons for what they've done. I must return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
Now, here's the thing. I want to believe him, because he has been the most reasonable sounding and the most sane sounding of all of them, and everything we've seen in his journals paints him in a very positive light. There's one problem. One problem. He's the one who wrote the journals. So of course, he would paint himself in the most positive light he can anyway. Why wouldn't he? It's his story to write. That said, the logic for them trapping themselves tracks very well. And with the personalities and the perspectives of Cirrus and Achenar, the stories that they created as explanations for what happened tracks completely with who they are, which explains why their stories are different. They both are making excuses for what has happened to both of them. They're trying to claim it's anybody else's fault but their own because of the fact that they cannot accept the fact that they fell into a trap. So that makes sense. In order to complete the game, technically yes. And in terms of the personalities I've encountered here, I am most inclined to help the old man here. And then make Cirrus and Achenar his problem. Is he made them, so they may as well be his problem to begin with. The other option is I release all three of them and let them sort their differences out as adults, rather than expecting me to decide their situation for them. The big thing is, I gotta figure out where that page is in order to help him. So that's gonna be the one real kicker there. I don't even know where to look for that. I mean, technically they're books now, yes. They were people one time. But the kicker right now is I'd have to do extra steps in order to get the page to release the old man. And that's not so bad. The only real complication to that idea is figuring out where that page is. That would presumably be a green page somewhere. But we've done every puzzle we've encountered. We've been to every age we have access to. We've pored over everything everywhere. So where is the page? Just in case, for some stupid reason, it's all the way back at this incredibly long book. All the way in the back here. Which, I'm betting there's so many pages in this book for one of two reasons. One, to keep people from brute forcing this puzzle by just picking a page and going. Two, it might be random which page holds the key in a particular trip. Now, there's one other thing we could try. Another option. Now, he said that they removed the page from the linking book here. And there's no guarantee that they kept the page here on Myst. But if they got trapped in the books soon after, they might have the page. One of them may, in fact, just have the page. And of the ones that are trapped, I would assume Sirius would be the one to have the page. He strikes me as the smarter of the two. But, for science...
Have you found the missing page? Oh, come. Come on, then.
Okay. Okay, good. I can actually go to Denis. Now, I'm assuming this is going to be a separate ending, where we are also trapped in Denis. Either that, or there's a solution to his situation in here.
Ah, my friend, you've returned.
This is the first person we get to meet.
And the page. Did you bring the page? You didn't bring the page. You didn't bring... What kind of fool are you? Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Dunny. You and I will live here forever.
I wanted to see what his reaction would be if we were stupid enough to go there without the last page. And to check to make sure that there wasn't a hidden thing as far as him actually having the page there the entire time. Because that would have been really funny. So, this presumably means that each one of the ones that we add the last page to, we can then enter, and we'll see each of these people face to face. Let's have a bit of FaceTime with these gentlemen, shall we? Game. It's me. It's me from the fireplace. You have to do the puzzle wrong for the door to open, I guess. Let's start with Sirius. Uh-huh.
Yes,
Yeah, he stuck us in the book.
I'm free. Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. You've done the right thing. You stupid fool.
Mm-hmm. As
Looks
expected.
Like perhaps you're in the book now? And what have we here? A page.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Expected results.
I hope you enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it.
I mean, I do like the color red. There's a bit too much red here.
I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're into books.
And I'm technically very into a book right now.
Oh, the library looks much the same as I left it. Wagner. Oh.
Oh, guess we live in the red zone for all eternity now. All things considered, so far, our first result was the best, because, you know, at least we had company. And, you know, there was walls to look at, instead of kind of horrifying red void to stare at. And now I expect much the same results in releasing Akinar, but we may as well see what happens. So it's very clear that releasing all three of them is not going to be an option, which is unsurprising. It would have been a nice touch if there was actually a way to release everyone and let them actually fucking figure their shit out. Now I end up in the blue book, and I'm betting it's going to be a very similar result.
Oh, yes. I feel alive. How do you feel, my friend? Oh, and what have we here? Perhaps the pages you worked so hard for. Oops.
At least he gets to the point a lot quicker.
Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Oh, yes. Oh, Cirrus. Cirrus.
Alright, Giggle Boy, just finish ripping the damn pages out.
Maybe someone will rescue you someday. Oh no. Yes.
Yes.
You lose.
Okay, show of hands, is anybody surprised that this is how this played out? Because if you are, you haven't been paying attention. Which, those of you who haven't been here for most of this, that's fair. You wouldn't have any reason to know how fucked up both these kids are. So, that tells us three things. One, we do actually need the green page. Two, neither of them have the green page. Yeah, pretty much. And the remaining thought I have is that the last page, one green page, has to be here. It's probably, inly, around where Catherine's grave is. Because I have to assume that this grave is Catherine, their mother. Just seems to me very fitting that they would have hidden his page somewhere near here. Now, the only problem is, I don't see any puzzles, anything around here. Now, of course, this is all predicated on the assumption that there's a good ending. It may be nothing but bad endings. There may be no way for this to end well. Page in there, and I'm going to assume there's no page in the other ones. But where, green page? Can't think of anything we didn't get into. That's what led to the mechanical aid. Possible. Led to Stone Ship. Candlewood portal's over there. Onic portal is in that one. Where the power puzzle was that started so many things here. Wait, did I do the marker switch puzzle? Wait. Might not have actually properly triggered the marker switch. That might be the one piece I'm missing. Based on everything we've seen with the marker switch puzzle hints, we need everything but the dock switch to be on. Aha! I knew it had to be connected to that because that was the only puzzle we had running across the entire game. Because we encountered two split hints for that in two separate ages along our way through. The only problem being, I got ahead of myself and had already activated that switch. So I was expecting a green page since it was a green book. But since he needs the book to connect back to Myst, it makes sense that that page would be white. Let's free the old man. Oh yeah, we hadn't even had this conversation yet. That's fine. I come bearing a page for you, old man.
Ah, my friend, you've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page?
There we go.
You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make. My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
This is when he tears the page out of the other book and leaves me stuck here. Because he's a treacherous fuck too. Considering, you know, we can't actually use that book. Nope, he's actually coming back. Achieved the good ending.
It is done. I have many questions for you, my friend, but my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine, is now being held hostage. Oh, and a reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst and the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your exploration satisfying. You'll no longer have my sons to deal with.
Have you considered the fact that I've already explored the existence?
One more thing. I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance.
Sequel hook.
Until that point, I'm afraid you'll enjoy the explorations from my library on Myst. Thank you. The book. You can use the Mist linking book to return to Mist.
I mean, you can either remove the term book from their minds, or do what he probably did and destroy their books and leave them in the abyss for eternity. Yep, that's some real scorch marks there. Yeah, no, those are some very gone books. So I guess we own the place now. Neat. He didn't have any other copies of any of these other books, so we could go somewhere else. But we've beaten Mist. Mist is done. Well, he wanted to give us the library, probably to have somebody in his pocket to go do dangerous explorations and shit for him in the future. But that's all of the endings, presumably. Everything all sewn up. Apparently there's a lot of achievements I didn't get. There's specifically 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 achievements I did not get. So either there's other puzzles I did not solve, or there's just other odds and ends that could be done. Because there's also the implication that there's a good end with the kids. Considering they specifically say, in the terminology here, get the bad ending with them. So there may also just be like a bunch of odds and ends hints that I didn't find. Because like there's the achievement for finding the one message. So it may just be a bunch of odds and ends like that, too. But, as I said I was going to do on Twitter, I'm going to go ahead and start Secret of Evermore. Now, is this a good idea? Maybe, maybe not. I'm interested in finishing that game at some point in my life. And now is not a bad time to be doing it. But there are a few things about that game that will complicate matters. For example, I seem to recall that there is an amount of grinding involved in that game. Something. Now, I don't know if that grinding is necessary in any way, shape, or form. And I don't know if it's anywhere near as hard as I remember the game being. Because all I did was run a brief test earlier today to make sure that everything played ball. Odon, USA. Oh, 1965. People playing jacks or something. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Watching movies. Adventures of Locksley. Barbershop. Store. The usual. All the typical things you'd expect to see in a place called Podunk. The experiment is about to conclude. spooky mansion with a bunch of statue men and women. Men kind of lacking legs for some reason. My friends, prepare to be a part of history. With a twist of a knob here and a flip of a switch there. Wait a minute. That's not right. Yeah, I think that was very not right. 30 years later. Jankiel Construction. What a classic. My favorite part was the battle with the slime beast in the toxic swamp. You could hardly tell that it was really a bunch of old tires and a garden hose. Where you going, buddy? That's not the way home. And he's gone. Wait for me. Not sure why the sudden turn. Now, where'd he go? Door's open. Better take a look inside. There you are. I think that cat is long gone. But yeah, you saw it tearing ass down the road there. Hey, where are you going? Yikes. Watch out for that. Whatever that is. Oops. Hey, look. A mummy. A chainsaw. And a balloon animal. Why the hell are all those things? Wall panel's kind of loose. Wow. I think we found some sort of secret entrance. Might need to turn the volume down a bit. I'm seeing some hefty spiking there. That's not a second. There we go. Dialogue. I wonder if it still works. It's still looking real loud. We should get out of here before something goes terribly wrong. Hey, don't chew on those wires. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have stepped back into the middle. What have we here? An intruder, I fear. That was some blast. Whoa. Who are you? That's not important. Gotta keep you from meddling with the professor's experiments. Come along. Bad call. You have a visitor. It's no one. No one at all. Continue with your work, Professor. After you. And down the garbage chute we go. Now what? Who threw a bazooka away? Cool. This doesn't look good. Deathbots generally don't look like a good thing, yeah? So, those of you who have ever played Secret of Mana, things like that, you'll be really familiar with this combat immediately. Got the same charge meter, the same kind of awkward movement to deal with. If I don't fully charge the bazooka, I try to bludgeon them with it. I let it fully charge, he fires it off, and takes these guys out in one go. Don't get used to seeing this thing. We ain't gonna get to keep it. This looks like a way out. Hey, you, buddy. Can't see very well. It's dark in here. Hey, I think this is some sort of futuristic escape pod. And I broke it. There goes the control pad. Yeah, that tracks. How normal. Wait. They never gave me my space license. Whoa, that was some landing. I think the pod and bazooka are shot. Where am I, anyway? Where's my dog? Here, buddy. Here, Pupster. Where are you? Wow, is that really you? A lot bigger. Changed. Really my dog. You fetch this stick. Hey, go get it. I think his eyes are so good. This isn't the steak, but it'll do. Come on, let's look around. Now, instead of a bazooka, we've got a bone. As you'd expect, you just kind of smack things with the bone. There's also evil death plants all over the place around. And same as with Secret of Mana, you've got all of these radial menus you can work with. Trying to remember how to access the menu. I do actually want him action. I'm going to set him to primarily searching rather than fighting for a very specific reason. That'll mean he'll sniff around and look for items. Him finding items is going to be vitally important at certain parts of this game. Found something right around here. Roots. Now, it may sound stupid that I'm picking up things like roots and other random garbage like that, rather than having this huge murder dog take enemies out. And you'll notice there, I can pick things up without him indicating them. But that will involve me actually knowing where shit is. And let's be real, highly unlikely without some form of guide. So we're just going to do it this way, where I have the dog find things for me. And I do the murdering, mostly. Because if he doesn't have anything to look for in his general area, he'll still fight. So in boss fights and such, it won't be an issue. Now watch as I do a terrible job of hitting these mosquitoes. Their hitbox is not ideal. Also getting tore apart out here. Now there's a funny thing. I tested out a randomizer for this game, because one exists, and I was actually doing far better in this section when it was randomized than when I tested it earlier today and now. That was without getting any special benefits or anything, really. So I don't know why this is just going so much worse. Oil. Oh yeah, before I forget, let me ignore what I selected there. Let me go note down the fact that I finished Mist. Otherwise, invariably, I will forget. That would just be sad. Game for May, done. Bringing me up to and 11 games for the year. Still just a bit above double the amount of months that have been in the year. trying to figure out why my stick doesn't. But I think it's a setting for SNES games, because I don't think it has worked in any SNES game I've had in the... That wouldn't surprise me if that's the case, but a stick would be kind of helpful in this game. Not that it would be something that you would normally have. Thankfully, if the dog gets defeated, he just kind of walks around and lays down, gets near you. He doesn't, like, actually die or anything. But we currently can't really do a whole hell of a lot for him. The wrong one. Petals might be a healing item, but since he's actually KO'd, I don't think I can fix that. I feel like being really picky, which I might need to be. I may come back here after I can get him revived. Just to make sure that we're not missing anything in here. So we're about to have a bad time anyway. These bushes? I have a strange feeling about this. Shuts. There be raptors in them bushes. Don't get me wrong, we can fight these raptors. You'll notice a pretty significant damage difference right away. And they get out of sight real fast. You can't hit them when they're in the bushes. You can kind of just, like, hit stun it like this, but you'll notice your charge speed's not fast enough to really make any damage out of that. I'm reasonably sure we're not meant to win this fight. I don't think I've ever won this fight. Not to say it's not possible. It may, in fact, be possible to win this fight. I don't know if there's multiple raptors or if there's just... Oh no, I killed a raptor. Might be doable. Just gotta be quick on my feet. And realize that my range is further than it should be. Now, as you might have gathered from the way I said that, you don't have to win this fight. If you lose the fight, dog drags you away. And we get out of there alive. Be here. You okay, kid? Quite a beating out there. Whoa, what happened? Raptors got you. They're a tricky lot, they are. This is wild animal here, you were saved. That's no wild animal, that's my dog. Just not himself right now. Well, now that you're both safe in our friendly village, you can save your game, okay? Fourth Wall Y. Fire Eyes Village. Feel free to take items from the gourds in the village. You know that you'll return the favor. Definitely need the help. Subtle insult there, old man, jeez. Continue your quest. Stop by any time you need a rest. It's gonna be our heal spot. Probably gonna need. Hey lady, I was told I could take things. Hi, that was quite a fight you had in the jungle. You should be more careful. Heal your things. Water, some water, 30 talons. Find alchemy ingredients aplenty if you search the village outskirts. Be careful. This is packed with creepy creatures. Kid, what do you know? Like my bee? His name's Buzz. He'll sting you. Sting! Good for you. Fire Eyes has taught us everything we know. We've learned basket weaving, bird calls, and the metric system. I question the use of the last one. Any special items that you should bring along with you on your journey? Petals, nectar, and honey heal wounds and replenish energy. Good to know. Ash, because, fire. That makes sense. Water. Water. Go, traveler. Source for goods in this village. What can I do for you? Bug biscuits are 50 talons. Any of this stuff do? I'm gonna assume I want a dog biscuit. That sounds like something I need. Dust is too damn expensive. Essence presumably will restore some form of magic. I think get another dog biscuit. He's been getting his head kicked in. That looks odd. I don't know what the hell that is. Alchemy is the practice of combining ingredients for powerful and often magical results. My family has used alchemy for many generations. Alchemy effects increase in strength when you've used formulas often. Okay, keep spamming it, get better at it. Adventurer must have shielding out in the field. I deal in strong armor. What can I do for you? You deal in expensive armor. Even if I hadn't spent my money, I wouldn't have had enough for any of this. Biscuit. Ash. I have my suspicions that something involving ash and clay is going to be our first alchemy recipe. just a thought there. I did that one. This Fire Eyes talking about. You are not one of us. Not a Viper either. You are like Fire Eyes. Okay? Brother Strongheart told me he was gonna go looking in for the big bug in the bug muck. He said that there may be rare alchemy ingredients hidden in the bug's skeleton. Strongheart searches the area often for him. When he returns, he always gives some of them to me. I sell them to townspeople who know alchemy for me. I'd go to bug muck to search for Strongheart if I were a more adventurous guy. Maybe you can search for him after you've learned an alchemy spell. I'll provide you with ingredients. Hint, hint. Go learn alchemy. Hint, hint. But where will we learn alchemy? This is the hut of our leader. Please show Fire Eyes your respect. Show respect by being stuck to the floor here. Everyone gathers around. Fire Eyes. Fire Eyes. Fire Eyes. Fire Eyes. Fire Eyes. Fire Eyes. Oh, small child. What? Oh, hi. My name is Elizabeth. Everybody around here calls me Fire Eyes. Probably because of the way fire glints off her glasses. Oh, yeah, Drack's my name. Well, Drack, step into my hut. We'll talk. What do you know? Want to tell me? I heard you had quite a fight in the jungle. Is that the wild beast that saved you? Yeah, but he's not a wild beast. He's a dog. Name? Sure, we'll go with it. Size of a bear. And I used to have a dog named Bear. That'll work. You're not from around here, are you? Well, I'm not really sure where here is, to tell you the truth. On Evermore, my prehistoric village. I'm the leader. Okay. Wouldn't happen to know how to get to Podunk from here, would you? Podunk? Interesting. Might. Maybe we can work something out. You like to make yourself useful around here. Well, the new village alchemist, Strongheart, has wandered off to the Bug Muck in the east, and searching for alchemy ingredients that are plentiful in the muck. If you can help him get back to the village, I will help you with whatever you need. Well, as Captain Life Oldrock says in Mars Needs Lumberjacks, I'm ready for anything. Could have just said that. Before you go, I'd like for you to have an alchemy formula that I've developed. I call it Flash. Pretty powerful against mean creatures. All fireable. Like wax and oil? Use the formula whenever you have 1 part wax, 2 parts oil. Just select the spell and let it fly. Or use the Flash formula, the stronger it will get. Cool, thanks. Taking these, a biscuit, some water. I can't help but notice that we did not get any wax, really, or oil, though. I remembered that we were going to get the fire spell first, but I thought that required ash. 5 parts is 100 talons. That's a bit expensive. Wax is a bit more. Water's cheap. Ash is cheap. Crystals, bad. But we don't need anything but other than wax and oil. So we may as well just head on out, I guess, because there's not a whole lot else we can do. Just where we could run. Maybe we just don't know how yet. Trying every button on the controller and nothing's happening. After the reinstall of everything, maybe the controls are still a bit fucked up. It shouldn't be, because using the existing version of RetroArch I had. But it wouldn't surprise me if things have somehow gone wrong. Now we got freaky things like this weird turtle thing to end with. As you can see, really goddamn durable. Doesn't particularly care about our bone attacks. No. Level 3, bear's level 2. Out of here. Thankfully, these things aren't much of a threat, because as you can see, knockback is pretty significant against these guys. Which honestly, knockback in this game is pretty significant in general, from what I remember. But unfortunately, so is the respawn rate, sometimes. Or I suppose that could also be considered fortunately, that you can keep getting stronger. But it will become problematic here and there. 100%. Time being, I'm going to kill everything I come in contact with, just so we make sure to have a few levels on us. We are going to need all the help we can get. I remember the first real boss of this game, not counting the raptors, being pretty tough. But again, I played this when I was much younger, so things are probably going to have changed significantly. Wow, I thought a little sand in the shoes was irritating. I think they'll spit you out in somewhat random locations. Low creatures easily fall prey to the sucking sand whirlpool. At the speed of a jaguar. Sounds like a good alternative to being soaked in sand. I can provide you with the jaguar tooth. Gives the wearer the ability to run with the speed of the fastest feline. It's free with any purchase, today only. Essence, nectar. Well, I don't have any essence, so I may as well buy some essence to get you to give me the ring. Please take this jaguar tooth ring as my gift to you. Now we can run. I knew it seemed odd that we couldn't run. Press and hold the A button to run, but watch your energy. A long run will wear you out. Zoom! Water. Don't get me wrong, water will be useful later, probably, for some crazy good alchemy. But right now, that's useless to me. Dog. Terrified expression. Like Jack McCoy said in The Invasion of the Mole People, stay focused and watch your step. Endless knowledge of random goddamn movies. Oh, that was convenient. Getting kind of old. We should really try to watch out for those whirlpools. No shit, Sherlock. Oh. Because basically, each pair of whirlpools connects to each other. That was a useless statement. It's like a teleporter maze. It's the best way to describe this area. The fact that this game pretty much starts with that should tell you how things are going to go. I always found this game really interesting, but I never sat down and actually really played it significantly. I figured, why not? Threw it on the list. Twitter said, hell yeah. At least insofar as anybody voted on that poll at all. And this is history. Wouldn't be surprised if some of the votes were just because they saw it was a SNES game and went, yeah, I like the Super Nintendo, let's make things that are on the Super Nintendo get played. Dang it. Bug gets to live. Because I can't kill it, but because I can't be bothered. Story, and I'm sticking to it, and no one will convince me otherwise. Nope. I think we're away from the sand whirlpool. I remember these things both being really good for experience and kind of a pain. They are not seeming that bad right now. That might just be another case of Kid Me not being very good at what he does. Bugs certainly aren't. You. Ah, the pouch contains the ring. Seemed a bit odd that we just suddenly had a random pouch. Have any of you out there actually had any experience with this? I know this wasn't the big Square Enix game of its time. But I would assume a lot of people at least looked at this because of who it comes from. But I also wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people picked it up only to put it right back down. Oh, friend. Many visitors out here in the study alchemy. It's very powerful. Alchemy? You're not Strongheart, are you? No. I know him. I saw him a few days ago, walking toward the big bug. That's helpful. If you're going in after him, you should have another alchemy formula. Alchemy is quite useful. Take a little of this, a little of that, and poof! It's like magic. I'm gonna give you the hardball formula. It's an effective weapon. Target gets beamed. 1 crystal, 1 ash? Clay, okay. Mix 1 part crystal with 1 part clay and give it a good toss. If you like to purchase ingredients? Now, he's a hell of a salesman. He sets you up with the formula and is like, here, you're gonna need the stuff I sell. What a bugger. I'm gonna assume oil's gonna be more likely to find in a tar swamp than wax, so I'm gonna buy some wax. Yeah, sure, save the game for me, too. I may very well start save stating a bit just for convenience here and there. Depends on how frequent the save opportunities are, since I know you can't do anywhere saving. At least not that I'm aware of. Lord knows, I don't think any of us want to see me lose progress randomly. Do some boneheadery or another. And everybody's gonna have to sit through me fixing that. Ah, that right there is the problem with these things. Their attack angle's not that great for them, but they hit really hard. Because we were at full health when that thing hit me, and you'll notice we're now down to 39. Level 5. Just me. Go ahead, keep trying. Come at me, bro. Okay, fine, I'll go around. I want to kill these, because they seem to be good for experience. Oh, hey, I got some oil. What do you know? There we go. Cast Flash on Tarskull. Bang! On the one hand, you might say, well, you probably shouldn't waste your charges. On the one hand, you would be correct. On the other, we need to make our spells better before long. We're gonna be in trouble. Hardball. The only way to make them better is to use them. So, while we have targets on hand, best to just use it. And our best to make sure we have resources on hand to keep using it. especially since we can keep finding more oil here. Very popular in the messages. I don't want to leave people hanging. So answer them as long as it's not something too inane. Unless things are actually like wildly busy, which, as you can see today, not really so much. Water. What do you got for me, buddy? Well, not gonna waste any charges on the bugs, though. The bugs are not worth throwing fire at. Big old cave over there, which would be Big Bug, because it looks like a big bug. At least I would assume. A lot of nasty stuff out here. A lot of charges of hardballs. Go ahead and just throw a few hardballs at him. Something you'll notice is casting alchemy does not actually impact your attack bar. You can combine the two quite well. And more than likely you're expected to do that, considering the way things recoil. Not be surprised if you're expected to like hit them and then throw an alchemy spell at it as a follow-up. Vice versa, really. I say alchemy second, though, because something will recoil back from your melee attack and you won't be able to follow up properly any other way. So yeah, that's going to be a mildly annoying thing about this place, is sides are slides. You will go all the way back down to the beginning if you end up going too far to the sides. Now that's useful for getting back out of here. Not so useful when you're climbing the place and end up misstepping and going too far to one side, trying to avoid an enemy or something, and end up all the way back at the beginning. Because really, I think we can all agree that anything involving getting sent back to the beginning of a dungeon with any real frequency gets upsetting. Yeah, here's where you can see all your alchemy recipes so you can remember what you need, and where you can see all the stuff you actually have. And you'll notice that menu didn't exist until we got knowledge of alchemy. You also improve with your weapons. You got your swords, your axes, spears. That's generally all your protagonist can use. Not sure where the bazooka falls in on that. Essence might actually be a revive. You don't need any kind of magical power. I feel like I'm reasonably safe at the moment, is why I didn't heal myself. I say as I immediately take a nasty hit and end up in need of healing myself. Yeah, brain, way to jinx yourself immediately. This is the other nuisance. You'll notice we have nowhere to go now. We can only go back down to the bottom. Dog noticed something. Yeah. Not actually find something? No. Something was close, but he didn't actually have access to it. Back down we go. Wow. This might be a case of these break if you pass over them too many times. I don't remember how this place works entirely. I just remember these breakable bridges being a huge pain in the ass. I don't know if they just break when you cross certain ones, or if there are certain ones you can only cross so many times and you have to reset it. Could go either way, and neither are great situations for me. I believe experience is just straight up shared between me and the dog. We have separate meters for how much we need. Which is why we're a level or so ahead of the dog now. He was dead for a bit. And you, of course, don't get experience when you're dead. Okay, he at least gained a level. I was hoping I was going to get a level from that kill, so I wouldn't have to heal. As you can tell, didn't work out that way. And now back to the bottom again. Turn. We do have just the one set path, though. I have to just keep running into dead end after dead end until we find it. I expected that platform behind me there to break and leave me stuck having to go down the ramp again. Kind of like this. We're stuck right now, where we have to go down the ramp again. Hooray. Place is a pain in... I think we're like halfway up point with where we've managed to find the path. I'll say, as I tend to do, I overcomplicated this when I was doing this when I was younger. Thinking I needed like a special spell to find my way through properly, rather than just trial and error. Ended up massively overgrinding my alchemy, trying to find a way. Hooray! Enemies hidden by my foreground elements. That's good. Bastards. Why we have a lot of petals. I do believe there is healing alchemy as well, and I really wish we had it right about now. We're outside again. Okay. Got a petal back. Above that spot, so we can't go there. Okay. I think we ended up on a layer higher. We're going that route. Looks like we found the way forward. To a boss fight. I would assume this is Big Bug. I don't know if we're prepared for this. But, well, we're here. I'm gonna assume fight a wave of these things, and then expose a weak point. Oh, he's got like some kind of quake thing, I think, too. Great. Great. Now he's summoning more. Okay, I can hurt him. Oh, I can hit multiple? What the... Oh, hell. Let's just flash all those things out of the way, then. Go ahead and hit him in the chest with Hardball. Yeah, he did not appreciate that. Not that I was a big fan of him throwing me across the room, either. Okay, we're able to hit multiple with Hardball, too, so let's just get rid of his friends. Wow, that's really not doing much damage when I multi-target, though. Oh, that's bad. And we did! Well, guess who's gonna have to climb that whole dungeon again? I don't think I actually let the intro play. Not that there's much to it, it's just that. Was that before or after I got the... Yeah, it was after I got Hardball. That's the good news. Still have Hardball. Of course, still have the ring. Already in the Bar Swamp. I'm going to be a bit more thorough in searching this area this time. Because I really ignored the possibility of picking up much in the way of wax and oil. I probably need that for defeating Max. Oh, I wouldn't say I need it, but it would probably make it significantly. I'm assuming he keeps spawning those maggots because, like you saw there, maggots drop petals. That will be able to, in theory, have a source of restoratives throughout that fight so that it's not too unreasonable to beat. They drop nectar, too. Fruits. As you can see, if I had been paying more attention, there's a lot of stuff to grab. Which is why I prioritize searching. But I, of course, as I do, immediately disregarded my own advice. Wise course of action in that fight clearly is to use one spell to keep the mob under control and another spell to kill Thrax, pretty much. Or if you have enough of it, probably just use the same spell for both, so it gets all the experience. But I'm betting there's going to be good situations both for Flash and for Hardball, so we'll probably want to level both. I gotta stop killing those over the water, though. They're never gonna give me anything if they die over the water. Look at how much oil we already have. Versus what we had before, where I had like 2 oil. Couldn't cast Flash like at all. We can cast all of the Flash. We can still only cast Flash twice. As well start training up Hardball. And I think leveling the spell is based on number of casts, not number of targets hit. I think. But it's still more efficient in terms of getting rid of enemies on the screen to do the multi-target. Now, the one thing is, I will say, I'm pretty sure it takes a lot of killing to get the alchemy formulae to level. Also, not sure if it indicates to you in any way whether it improved or not. Don't remember. Been many a year. In a very ill-advised move, I didn't do any research before. Aside from what I mentioned of tooling around with the randomizer, which didn't even get this far. I got to the Raptors and stopped because I didn't want to get too far in. before I did either a randomized run or played the game in general. Probably a waste to use it to kill those, but when I can get 3 for 1, I figure I may as well go ahead and do it. At least it's fun. Seems like we're running out of area around here, though. Try something. Doesn't seem like any of the enemies came back when we brought them off screen. My memory about how things respawn might be inaccurate. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna come back out. See if they respawn that way. It's like it. Transition respawn rather than screen on. It's for me. Means I don't have to worry about walking back over the same place as long as I didn't screen transition. But it also means we can grind some extra experience quite easily. Should help us deal with Thrax. Oh, there we go. Hardball is now level 1. You notice the animation changed a bit. Like some kind of weird curveball. Up. Basically, what I'm going to do in terms of save stating is I'm going to save state every time I achieve something significant and I'm not near a save. Just so we don't have to do a bunch of regrinding and other nonsense like that. Just for everyone's convenience and expedience. But I might not go too long today, considering there's been a lot of stormy bullshit going on and giving me a headache and all of that. So I guess it's like 10 uses? No, because we only had 11 uses of hardball, and we went down to like 3 before for hardball leveled. So I guess uses. That seems like an odd number, though. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Before anybody decides to be cheeky. The other option is we grind up a bunch of money to buy a bunch of ingredients so we can have just a shitload of casts of each of the spells that way instead of finding them all. Is ingredients might not respawn. I haven't seen him go sniffing around. Oh wait, there he goes. I said it. Find me something good. Oil. Get another use of flash from that though, because I think the holdback's wax right now, not oil. Also, if you want to, you can actually control the dog and vice versa. And there is the option of doing this multiplayer. But before we go any further, I'm going to take a quick break. And while I'm gone, I'm going to decide whether I want to keep going past the 3-hour mark today or not. Bear with me a few minutes, and then we'll see where we're going from there. Okay, and we're back. I'll go ahead and go a bit longer, but probably not. Probably good. I want to make sure nothing had, like, dropped or broke or anything while I was gone. Saw something kind of weird on my other monitor. But it's just my displays being usual slightly jank cells. Apparently not allowed to have anything without it turning slightly jank over time. Getting anywhere in this place? Oh, have I already forgotten everything about this screen? Hey, Nimble. I'm alright. Doing a lot better now that I don't have to go to that job anymore. You know. Expected that was going to be a huge improvement. How are things on your side? No, I don't know if I'd go that far. I am happier than I was, but I think I've got a ways to go before I'm really happy. Yeah. I'm still surprised by that whole ordeal, considering I've had them be really late before, and I've received incorrect things from, like, Amazon before. But that's usually their fault, not, like, UPS. I am glad that it ended up sort of working out that you're at least going to get one. You're not just completely out of luck there. That's still really, really strange. Just got lost like that. Something's really not right there. I would assume it's going to be sent a different way this time. Yeah. In the end, you're still getting results, and that's good. I appreciate that. Same goes for you. Know where to find me. Yes. I don't remember how early in the lifespan it was, but it was. I want to say it was reasonably early. The biggest question on my mind is whether Secret of Mana came first or this came first. And no, I would be I would be tearing a lot of things apart if it was my PC that had disappeared. as it stands, I had already considered stirring up some shit over that whole situation to try to figure out what the hell's going on with that. But I don't have any contacts in UPS anymore. Otherwise, I would have absolutely jumped on it and been, hey, the fuck? That is really good that they're that willing to help. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I can't think of very many companies, at least with as far as phone customer service goes, that has good customer service anymore. Which still, the concept of them being able to lose someone's package like that is still madness to me. I get that that can happen, but it really sounds like somebody absolutely fucked up. And no, Evo is right. You can claim seller's insurance. Seller can claim insurance, rather. See, the second one there is what I'm suspecting on that one, because with the amount of tracking information and such they have, the only way I can see something disappearing completely is if somebody purposefully set it somewhere it shouldn't be. Okay, at least that's progressing then. That much is good, at least. The hell of it is, I get that things are real fucked right now, this day and age, but let's be real. There's no excuse for that to have just disappeared. There is that. Where could they have hidden it so well that it didn't get turned up at any point? Especially when the claim would have come up about that. No, I 100% agree with you that that's a possibility. Because I have known employees that have done that kind of thing. Not necessarily at UPS. Just like in warehouses and shit, they broke something and went, okay, I'm just gonna move this over here where nobody looks. Is that it was such a just a rude situation on the whole. Now, I am going to be woefully underprepared for this fight. Fair. You've waited a while for this, and you put in a lot of work to make this happen. So it's fair that you want it now. Especially since you were supposed to have it now. You know, that's entirely fair at that point. It's got its rough edges to it a little bit here and there, but I'm enjoying it mostly. I'm a little annoyed with myself right now because I've kind of put myself in a bit of a corner. Unless I can melee this fight entirely, because in trying to train up my spells, I have spent basically all of them. And then, as I was just kind of running forward, forgot to go find more materials to be able to cast more of it. So this is going to get a bit complicated. I can hit him in melee. I'm just not sure how well that's going to work out for me. I have one shot of hardball. I don't have the angle right. Preemptively heal. Active. Because that's going to happen. Because the problem is, I have to get a full charge on that meter underneath my health in order to do any real damage. Running takes that meter as well. So I have no good way of closing the gap and actually getting a shot at him without something like this happening and I get pinballed back and forth. Oh, and he also has magic of his own where he can just drop fucking acid rain on my head. God damn it, I was just about to heal him too. Thankfully, dog biscuits are a revive for him. That's okay. Okay. Stray Eye to fighting. I could have swore that he would stay on the offensive even when in search mode when there was nowhere to search. But apparently he wasn't really doing that great on that logic. We'll have him just do some more murdering. Yeah, this thing can quake, it can acid rain, and it generally just slaps the shit out of you. Bit of a problematic situation. Oh, I didn't know I could target his claws. I can target him and these maggots over here. Do that. The only saving grace we have right now is the fact that these maggots can drop the healing petals we need to stay in this. The unfortunate thing about this situation is we are going to be in this fight for a while. If I had done my grinding properly, I should have made sure to have all of the requisite materials to cast Flash a bunch of times on him and have Flash leveled up. And that probably would be the key to winning this conveniently. As it stands, as you can see, I have to kind of knock his chest open and then go in, hit him. But you will notice that hitting him in the heart actually did do a lot of damage. I just don't remember how much health he has. So if he's got too much, we're kind of in trouble. Especially when he acid rains before I can pull a heal up for myself. Thankfully we live. Otherwise that would have gotten very awkward. Now, I was originally planning on save stating before starting this fight, but I realized that I didn't have any resources left. So we're better off just tanking the loss if it happens, so I actually have resources available for this. Even though we've already lost this once, so it's gonna mean walking through this area a third time. In the cage. Heal. Probably gonna acid rain. Okay, good, the dog got the shot off. That works just as well. I don't know what Essence does. We'll try it, why not? I'm gonna guess that's a cure of some kind. Because that did not help anything. Oh, hopefully we don't need to keep hitting him much more, because we are running out of heals. Given the fact that his chest is staying open, I'm going to assume we're pretty close to winning. Need him to stop playing keep away. Have full charge. We're in trouble. Essence isn't a heal. I can't use dog biscuits on myself. If he acid rains, we lose. It's me again, we lose. There it is. And that's why not having a spell on hand is bad for that fight. What I probably should do is take the claws off, since I can hit the claws with spells. That'll prevent him from knocking me back. And then we can sort things out from there. Any money left? Spent all my money on Max I bought earlier. Fortunately, that did cost us, I think, like a level or two. I'm gonna go back a step. Get some more of these guys for a moment. If there's anything I can find over here that'll be useful. Tents are gonna be annoying. Five. We were 6 or 7, and the dog had just hit 6 when we died. I didn't actually go up here yet. I hear that this is a dead end. Yeah, the big positive spin for today was the fact that I finished Myst with all of the endings a little while back today. Secret of Evermore section of today has been basically what you're seeing right now. Got beat up by some raptors, and now we're here. After getting sent through a weird teleporter that, as far as we can tell, exploded. Dealing with this area is not. Just go back to the swamp. To take it slow this time and actually find resources. I started to do better about and then got lazy again. But that's the big thing, is you need to sit there and keep finding resources that the dog will spot for you. Either that or you get real good at whacking things with a bone. As you saw with that fight, the bone's not really the great choice. At least unless you're really packed for healing items. He ain't. What I shouldn't have done that I did was grind out a bunch of shots of the spells. I did it too early. On the one hand, it got us a level of the hardball spell, but it also meant we couldn't use the hardball spell on the boss at all. Easy answer is probably just to walk in and out this door. Except that doesn't actually respawn the enemies in this. That's fine. Dinner is important. I'm also not going to be going that much longer, as I said. We won't be missing too much. While I would like to start doing longer streams now that I'm not constantly busy, the universe has been conspiring against me. So it's been a real mixed bag. Because I had to completely reinstall Windows and a bunch of other things recently. Because of some very strange happenings internally. Most of that's sorted out at this point, but there's still some odds and ends that are acting up that I need to figure out. I'll heal when I level, but I can't guarantee I was going to level before I got hit again. Yeah, pretty much. It's been happening more than normal. You know me, I have unusual happenings more than normal for most people, but this is more than what is normal for me. So, still figuring that all out. What's interesting is I noticed occasional hitching in Myst earlier today, which there's absolutely no reality in which that game would cause any kind of hitching based on any real requirements in it. There's no reality in which this PC would not be able to make that work just fine. But when I unplugged the very controller that I'm holding in my hands and using right now, when this was plugged in, the hitching was happening. I unplugged it, the hitching stopped. But what's odd is you'll notice the entire time I've been streaming this game, there's been no hitching, no weirdness, no issues. So something's having a bad interaction somewhere along the way that's causing actual PC titles to have some oddities. Or a matter of port is going weird or something, and the way I'm holding this is just conveniently working out. Something along those lines going weird for me. The thing I found weirdest, at least the last time I tested the wireless adapter, it did the same thing, at least with Monster Hunter Stories. I haven't tested it with other things yet because I've been too busy. Either already live or just trying to get to do things in between things being broken. All just a real bit of a weird situation. What I really should do is go grab the Amazon Xbox One pad I have over there. See if that does the same thing. If it does, then that's the port. If it doesn't, that's probably the drivers. Well, that's the hell of a thing with that is Myst was running through Game Pass, not running through Steam. So it's not necessarily a Steam issue either. But there may be some layering there that's causing issues. And it may just be affecting both Game Pass and and Steam. And layering is not the right word, but it describes the concept enough. I blame Myst for the fact that words are especially complicated for me right now. That was a lot of reading. And again, I've been doing a lot of reading since I started this game, too. I think I might just be running out of reading. Of course, what would help me immensely is if I go back to town and buy armor. That would make everything stop hurting so much. But the big problem I'm running into is I don't know how to make money in this game. Spent what little money I got to have any kind of spell components to work with. And it has since been coming back to bite me in the ass. But rather than climbing all the way up to the top this time, I'm going to back out early. And we're going to head back townward, see if there's anything I can do in that situation. Problem being, the area back toward town isn't going to have the stuff I need for Flash. I can't get more material for that, and I don't think it'll have what I need for Hardball either. I've been finding clay and crystal here as well, which is what I need for Hardball. The spell components won't be available back there. But I might be able to find some odds and ends or sell something I'm carrying in order to be able to get some armor. That's the big issue we have right now, is just not enough money to go around for the things I need. The one option is I just power through. Oh, he's fine. He was originally just a regular dog, but somewhere along the line in transitioning to this place, he became massive. Still a good dog. He's the whole reason we got in this mess. He chased a cat over into this weird mansion, and then we got blasted into space. And that's not an inaccurate description. Yeah, that sounds about right. Talking about those old Fate games that were a bunch of Diablo-style games, yeah? I remember a lot of weird stuff happening in those. Okay, we do actually have money. I'm not sure where we got money from. I didn't actually pick up money. I'm guessing enemies gave me money? I do not remember seeing any indication of receiving finances, but this solves all of our problems. Zoom back to the town before I think of any stupid ideas like buying more spell ingredients rather than acquiring the ability to survive. We all know that's absolutely what I would do if I didn't keep myself back from that idea properly. Yeah, that's one of the better features that game has. Okay. The ingredient. Yeah, I'm used to that happening in more traditional RPGs. I was not expecting it to happen here. You know, most encounters in an RPG gives you money, and you just kind of end up skimming through it after a while. It doesn't really process. Oh, well, son of a bitch. I missed a house, and that house had a guy that's gonna give me a damn grass vest. Oh, that's already a massive improvement. And I'm glad I didn't buy a grass vest, or I was about to be immediately angry. Max. Oh, the whole area up there, too. Apparently, I just didn't go high enough in the village. I thought I started at the top. No. Fire Eyes. Armor Man, where are you? Need to purchase your things. Wait, no, this is Fire Eyes. Damn it. Arr. He who sells armor, make yourself known. I bet it was the guy that just gave me a grass vest, and he just happens to have a different dialogue when you've been out and about. No, he's just happy that I killed things. Okay. You at least sell things. Just buy a shitload of petals instead. I should buy some at the very least, since they're only 15 each. Nope, I can't have any more. Very good. That'll help immensely. What the hell is this armor vendor? For the inn. Yeah, sure. Save now that I've got an actual piece of armor. I know there's an armor vendor in town. I spoke to them. House I haven't been in. Done a terrible job of exploring this village. That's where I came from. Is this another? Done in by raptors and warped to town. Stuff I missed back here. We need some means of cutting to deal with all of this greenery. Looking like we're not missing much back here. This looks exactly the same as where we were. Yeah, I've already been here. Right side, this little sidetrack got us our first level with the Bone Crusher. Only sort of. Ingredient guide. I could just buy a pile of ingredients, but that really wouldn't be very good. Considering I'd only get like 5 casts per 100. Actually, no, it'd be 5 casts per 200, because I'd have to buy 5 of each of those. Where did the armor vendor go? How did I lose an entire house? This house, isn't it? Yeah, there he is. He was just buried behind another building. Be all my damn money, though. There we go. Now we have 16 defense instead of like 10 we had before. That should help immensely. Ladies and gentlemen, is why so many games have maps and such now. Is because not having a map means you're gonna get really fucking lost. Sprint our way through here so we don't get sucked down any of the wormholes and into places. Probably at least one of these holes that would actually take me to treasure still. But I'm pretty sure there was 2 that lead to treasure, one of which being the shop that has the Jaguar bracelet that we got. Allows us to run through. And then the other ones just take us to stupid places. Of course, didn't buy the dog armor, but because the dog armor was very expensive, I have plenty of dog biscuits to keep him in the fight. Okay, yeah, it's just not reporting that we're getting talons, but we're getting talons. It's for every kill. Okay, that explains why money isn't a serious issue. I knew money wasn't supposed to be a big problem, I just could not for the life of me remember why. Because you can literally just endlessly grind. Because everything can respawn. So on the bright side, that also means we don't actually need to search that much. You don't want to. Searching just saves you some money. And potentially gets you stuff that you wouldn't otherwise have. Because as you saw there, he'll also sniff out treasure chests. See what appears so. You'll be able to tell if there's nothing in an area when he just sits down and does nothing. Oh, there's nothing here. I think what I'll do, sort out the Thrax fight, and then we'll call it for the day. That'll put me over for 4 hours probably, and that's fine. Got 103 now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to clear the screen, go back to the ingredient shop with the money we're going to have from doing that. Pick up anything we can, and then we'll make the trip again. That'll hopefully net us some material. Won't be enough to, like, net us a crazy amount. But it should be enough to, between the two moves, net us enough to cast it a couple times. As long as we have a few casts, I think we'll be okay. Considering we did pretty well for not having any magic last time. And the experience we'll gain from doing the trip twice should be enough to get us to the same level we were, if not higher. So I think we actually are already back to the level we were at when we got to the top last time. The wandering we just did. Okay now, buddy, you can attack me anytime. Come on, get me. Damn it. Took so long that I genuinely just wasn't expecting him to attack anymore. Okay, I found the angle. If I stand here, he can't hit me, but I can hit him. I would not be surprised if tomorrow's stream starts around the same time today's did. I might manage to do earlier. Honestly, starting at 4 seems to be working out reasonably well. I keep that as an idea. Just middle ground my way to victory. It seems like most people show up between like 4 and 8. Oh yeah, we'll just buy even more oil then. Now we've got 9 casts of flash, and however many pieces of clay I have in casts of hardball. Definitely better off than we've ever been for number of casts of these spells. Got 15 hardball and 8 flash now. It's not bad. An area transition up here, so I respawn the stuff that's further below. Doesn't seem like it always respawns them when I go in and out of a shop. Probably because it's not a proper area transition, it's just entering a small space. Subsection of that area. All these maggots keep giving me back petals in order to stay at a decent amount of them. Grinding is going to be super convenient. Dog. Back up to the point where we died, absolutely. Important thing I need to remember is that this bone reaches further than its sprite actually goes. I need to use that to my advantage, but I keep not doing that because I keep thinking that that doesn't actually work. Still need more wax, I think. Able to afford wax. We're already pretty well up on level, though. I think I'm just going to zoom through the section. Plus or minus getting stuck a couple times trying to rush through. But I think level-wise we were okay. As y'all can tell from the amount I'm yawning, I am definitely running out of juice. While I've been sleeping better, I've also been getting up early. It's not reached a balance point where it's a net positive yet. Still working on that. Hoping to be far more productive during this week. But that didn't quite work out the way I wanted. I do need to really get on finding placement for that job. Which that is progressing, and I do actually have a line on a couple real good things, potentially. It's a matter of whether those actually play out. Of course, going to make sure to have backup plans in case they don't play out. Wise man once said, trust no one and trust nothing, unless you got proof of it ahead of time. Yeah, pretty much that ramp we just passed there was your last chance to turn around. If we found anything too stellar. Outside edges. Probably find everything we can anyway. Because we're going to need all the help we can get. Appreciate it, Nimble. Enjoy your food. Pull up on pedals. I may as well use one to top off and pick this one up because we ain't coming back over here for it. Might be one of the ones we kept not. More biscuits are good. That keeps the dog in the fight. While he's been of mixed usefulness, I need all the help I can get, as I said. Alright, Thrax, round 3. How much health these claws have. I would assume they have a decent amount. If I get rid of at least one of those, I'll have an avenue to attack him. Okay, they've got greater than 100 health, so... Rude. Must you acid rain me? Tucked in this corner, the dog can protect me while I spam spells. I used every cast of flash I had, and it's still not gone. Starting to think hitting the claw is a waste of my time and energy. Nope, there it goes. Now we knock the chest open. Hit him. Thrown out. Must rinse repeat until victory. We now have a side angle we can hit him from. So that might be a problem, where he starts actually casting acid rain. I don't know if there's a trigger for that, but it would make sense. But looks like we can actually hit the heart directly for the same amount of damage one way or the other, yeah. Just makes him mad every time. Probably best to melee the heart when we can. Considering, you know, it does like 94 when I melee it as opposed to the 20 it does when I throw hardball at it. Yeah, notice, as soon as one claw broke, this fight stopped being anywhere near as much of a problem. Well, that's actually convenient. He stopped me partway over. Oh, and he died a lot faster that time. We only hit him in the heart like 3 times, and he died. Whereas we hit him in the heart like 7 times last time. So I guess maybe the claws count as part of his overall health bar? I'm not sure. Something about that doesn't add up. But I'm not going to worry about it, because we now have a spider's claw. We now have something that isn't a bone to do murdering. And we found a man. You're a brave adventurer saving me. I am Strongheart, the village of Fire Eyes. I am a member in good standing of the Nobilian Order of Alchemists. I'm Drac, and this is my dog Bear. He hasn't met himself lately. Very happy to meet you both. Searching for alchemy ingredients, I stumbled upon that monster. Couldn't come along and save me. I would have been eaten alive. Please take this gift with my thanks. 10 wax, 10 oil. Good luck, Drac. walks off into the sunset. Yeah, Spider Claw is 5 points stronger. It's a cutting weapon instead of a bludgeoning weapon. Yeah, he straight up gave us like 5 casts of Flash. Does not replace the amount I used, but you know. But we can follow him where he went, find out why this place is called Big Bug. Because there's a big old bug corpse there. Now, the thing to watch out for using this axe is you don't have a sweep anymore. It's a chop. Unless you do a partial charge. Which, really, that's not going to do a lot of damage, so you're only going to be using that to, like, deflect a pile of enemies coming your way or something. Mammoth Guard. How much you want to bet we just replaced some of the armor I just spent money on? Yup. What do you know? Both didn't particularly need the armor and replaced a piece of it immediately. Hooray. I would love to say that that's not completely typical, but let's be real. That happens every goddamn time. Pretty much once we get to the next opportunity to save, which should be once we get back to town, call it good. Take me that much more over the 4-hour mark that I expected. Now we can cut plants. Actually, before I go gallivanting off to town, let's cut this open. Oh, looks like this actually might lead. Okay. Big advantage for the axe, I think, is on top of it doing more damage, I think it reaches slightly further forward. Not enough, of course. And you'll notice sometimes I'm dodging attacks without moving. I believe that the higher your meter is, the more likely you are to block and or avoid an attack as well. Useful to keep that in a decent amount. Go talk to Fire Eyes. That we've done something for her, she'll probably do something for us. I hear you were victorious in the far reaches of the bug muck. Well, it was a bug hunt. Got out of it okay. Got a nifty claw, too. It's like an axe. Well, that's great. Strongheart has returned to his hut south of the village. Now the village faces a new crisis. The volcano to the north is rapidly cooling down. If this trend continues, we could have an ice age on our hands. I'd like to help you, but I really gotta start looking for a way to get back home. Best bet might be to track down the source of this atmospheric icing. See, I'm originally from Podunk too. My grandpa is an inventor who lived in the mansion on the hill. You're related to the one who caused this whole mess. He had a machine that could send people to worlds of their own design. I enjoy all things prehistoric. I dreamed up this world of cave people and dinosaurs. I was supposed to be here for a couple hours. It's been a couple decades. Now and again, I see evidence of outside influences on our world. This recent drop in temperature could be the work of someone from the real world. That person has control over the vicious volcano viper. If you go to the source at the center of the volcano, you might find someone or something that could home. They might just save our village at the same time. Wow, this is just like what happens in the Pale People of Planet V. Got a bunch of astronauts who get stuck on an exact replica of Earth. Only it's populated by zombie vampires, and, well, actually, this isn't like that at all. Finish your little anecdote. Give you the ability to call on me in difficult situations. 6 call beads. Need my help, especially in big battles. You can throw a call bead to the ground. I'll appear in a flash, then you'll be able to summon one of my spells. No offense, but how can a girl help a couple adventurers like us? I've learned a few tricks since I've been here. You know, she's had decades to fucking practice alchemy, whereas we've had a day. Think she'd probably be helpful, dum-dum. To show you why they call me Fire Eyes. Does she have laser eyes? Please tell me she has laser eyes. Step back. Yep, that's as close to laser eyes as you're gonna get. Tell me if you need my help. Make campfires explode. Presumably other things. As he creepily stares at us while we sleep. I mean, I would have rested better if you didn't stand over me awkwardly the entire night. Okay, game is saved. I'm gonna drop a save state as a redundancy. Just in case things break at some point. Because, you know, things have been so happy to work with me lately. And we're gonna go find someone to send all of you great people to. Huh. I've really got to stop ending at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is such a damn awkward time for my list. Anybody else? Like, oh, nope, that was a whole lot of me, and just me, unsurprisingly. Hmm. Then, gonna leave it up to fate. I'll just pick somebody randomly. Tails, I won't bother. Coin has spoken. Not doing any E-rating tonight. Which is fine, because I'm not really feeling it too much either way. That's timing. Thank you for the raid, Dad Loaf, though you caught me right as I was getting ready to end. How was your stream? Glad to hear it. Means I need to revisit my ideas as far as whether I was gonna raid at all or not. My stream went alright. I finished up Mist, started Secret of Evermore. Just been kinda tired today, so I didn't throw it as long as I could. seems like fate had other ideas for us today. So let's see where I want to send people. I'm glad you enjoyed, Evo. I had a good time, even if Secret of Evermore had a couple moments where I got a little annoyed. But I can. Yeah, I saw that you tweeted you were gonna do that. How'd that work out for you? Because while that game's not, like, the craziest thing, it's definitely rough if you haven't experienced something like that before. Ah, fair enough. Basically, just seeing if there's anything interesting going on right now, since my own follow list is not really giving me anything to work with that I care too much about right now. If somebody has a suggestion, I'm willing to hear them out. None of the usual people I send everybody out to are around, and literally my follow list is like two options right now, and neither of them are things I'm that interested in watching right now, even though they're both decent people. I'd send everybody that way, but I don't speak German well enough anymore. It's I swear it's just like 8 p.m. Eastern is a time where nobody's doing anything. It's just everybody goes and takes a nap or something. It's wild. But I don't want to waste this raid. But if I don't find anything soon, I may just push on for a while or something just to make this worth something. But I would have been interested in what I just saw of somebody playing Terranigma, but they're only in German. Well, my German's passable. I don't think it'd be good enough for me to do anything with that idea. You would think 8 on a Friday be that bad. I would not be shocked if I'm the. I was about to say, I wouldn't be shocked if I'm the only one here who would even understand German to begin with. Since it's not that common a language these days, aside from, Germans. And my own German is rusty enough that I probably would just offend them if I tried to say what I need to say. At least, like, bring up my camera so you can see that I'm still doing something, and you guys aren't just staring at a black screen. at least a slight improvement over the nothing happening. Uh, I swear this is pretty much like what normally happens to me when I'm looking at Twitch to begin with. No one I know is on. What do? Stares at lists of games like, none of this jumps out at me. I don't know how to process this. Cycling through a bunch of things. It's like, oh, I want to watch this. Nobody's playing that. I mean, it's never gone badly for me so far. Even the couple times I went completely off board, but I usually scout people beforehand because that's just a safer idea than just going, oh yeah, you know what, this looks interesting, clicks it. Oh god, they're just screaming all kinds of obscenities and terrible things. Welp. Regret. Instant regret. And then there's always the small chance that if you don't know the person ahead of time, some people just don't accept raids to begin with. You end up with a whole bit of bother about that, too. That whole thing just gets awkward. The amount of people I'm finding in languages I don't understand is fascinating. Oh, that one speaks only Russian. That one speaks only Japanese. That one is in something I can't even tell. Interesting. So it's not surprising that there's a lot, like, over in a variety of areas rather than here that are live right now. Somebody playing Salt and Sacrifice because I'm curious about that, but at the same time, I don't want spoilers for that either. Ah. Or tell me, is there somebody I know that I'm not following that is doing something right now? There's a bunch of people I follow on Twitter that I haven't gotten to following on Twitch yet because I'm lazy and stupid. Somebody save me from this situation. is also absolutely not helpful. Joyous day. Okay, fine, the hell with it. I'll just go a little bit longer and hope somebody shows up. Because I've got time. Not like I was out of time. Once I have nothing but time. I feel like dealing with Secret of Evermore. I'll just pick something to throw in front of everyone for a while, and we'll figure things out from there. Thankfully, I have no shortage of random things that will do just fine for like half an hour to an hour. Buy time. That is, of course, providing things don't just break again. There we go. Good, we good. Alrighty, have a good one, and thank you again for raiding. Peglin. Basically, it's pachinko with life or death stakes. Basically, you get your orb of choice here. You've got a set of them that are available to you. You can get rid of one of them per reload, essentially. Some of the relics you can find will adjust that for you. These will give you critical damage on everything you hit, which, for example, with the dagger orb, will do 7 per peg you hit. Whereas without a crit, you'll do 1 per peg you hit. Bombs, if you hit them twice with a regular orb, will be allowed to be thrown at the enemies for 50 each. This will reset the pegs on the board. Me inform Twitch that I'm still doing things. Heals you for every peg hit. Go with the splat. Flat orb splat. For a random event. In the way my runs have typically gone with this, I'll probably just do 1, so you guys get an idea how this works. Go ahead and let the stones sink. I don't want the stones anymore. These stones don't do anything. I see you've come back, Shifu. Welcome back. Appreciate it, Critter. Yeah, outside of a lot of very silly circumstances, this is the vast majority of what this game is. Throw orb and either know where you're going with it or do what I usually end up doing and just throw it and cross your fingers. Which, as you can see on maps, especially like this one, it just kind of works itself out more often than not anyway. It's a good chill game to play now and then. And it fits in perfectly into the situation we're in today, where it's like, okay, I'm leaving. Oh, there's a raid. I guess I'll keep going. So now I'm gonna have no idea where to put this in terms of playlists on YouTube. It's gonna be 3 different things. I might just... This might actually be the first one I end up actually cutting up before I put it on YouTube, just so it'll make some semblance of sense. If I put it at the end of the Mist playlist, it'll be confusing. And if I put it at the start of the Secret of Evermore playlist, it'll be confusing. It's a mess all around. I also probably should adjust my tags. It's fine. I'm not gonna be doing this for that long. Yep, that went great. That went exactly where I wanted it to, yes. Now, you can target which enemy you want a particular orb shot to go to. Like, I could actually pick each of these. The problem is, most orbs don't have piercing or anything, so it'll still hit the thing in the front anyway. Targeting is only relevant when something actually either has piercing or will say on it, will target anything. It's also relevant to keep track of things that are flying, because your straight shots, unless you're targeting them, will typically not hit them. And anything with just horizontal piercing will probably just pass underneath them. Like the icicle we passed up earlier. The Mem Orb's fun. This is one of the ones I'm talking about that can target any enemy, but it can only be used once per battle. But it accounts for every peg that's been hit in this fight at all, up to the point that this gets used. So, under the right circumstances, it does a ridiculous amount of damage. These chests will always give you one random relic. In this case, the Eye of Turtle. I can get additional choices whenever I have choices. Such as when I track down some elites or something. Looks like this roll wasn't that good for elites. Embrace the lightning! Strike me now! And that gave us a ball lightning orb. There we go. A grabby hand. Flying enemies are attacked horizontally, allowing for better targeting. Basically, no more flying. Buckler, you're immune while reloading, more max health. Heal 1 for every 12 eggs hit. I want that. But I'm probably not going to manage to hit that. I'm gonna send a wild shot, and I'm betting it's not gonna bounce the way I want it to. Nope, we got it. Excellent. Any kind of healing you can get in this game is huge. Nice, more crit spots. Now, if you don't hit a refresh, as you saw, pegs are removed from the board when they're hit. So having those extra crit points is going to be immensely helpful sometimes. Now, the ball lightning's pretty good because it hits multiple pegs per bounce. And if you get a crit with it, say there's a flyer above a ground guy, that column hit will hit both of them. Go ahead and target that on the off chance that we manage to make this work. And we did. That's going to more or less kill the bat and kill the other guy, actually. Except the bomb has complicated matters. Since it ended up getting reinstalled, it's convinced this is my first time playing. Which it very much isn't. But I've never been that good either. Ignoring the fact that I am cleaning up reasonably. Yeah, let's make the ball lightning level. I like lightning. Music in this game is far better than it has any business being. What this is. Not sure if it's up loud enough for you guys to hear. I think it is. But if it is too low for people to hear, let me know and I will just slide that meter back up a bit because I lowered it a lot for Mist because it was starting to get real loud. Actually, no, I lowered it for Secret of Evermore when it got loud. Either way. Things got loud, meters got lowered. Brain is kind of dying. And that's how the refresh orb can get out of hand, because it basically behaves as if you hit a refresh peg every time it hits 6 pegs. So on a map like this, it's gonna get out of hand quick. It's just unfortunate that it's not particularly powerful on its own. Just like a knife without a crit is not particularly powerful. Yes, that's where I wanted you to go. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. Mole boss is not usually too big an issue. He can sometimes be a problem if you're fully under-equipped. Which I have been before. Or you make shots like that that just straight up don't work at all. Or, you know, that one. That one that's not working at all either. I'm kind of running out of ground. There we go. I wanted to be fancy, but it wasn't working out. Just go ahead and accept the fact that that wasn't going to work. Physics, why are you the bane of my existence? Okay, that still ended up with decent damage. Not quite what I was hoping for, but decent. That's gonna be a kill shot. And when the boss is down, everything's done. The orb seems pretty fun. Swolt Orb is also real good, though. It means that when it says every peg it hits gets +1. Basically, every time you refresh those pegs after that, they will be stronger. With my current setup, I'll take the Swoltorb. Confusion could be pretty fun. But I already don't discard orbs, so I'm going to take the Sealed Conviction. Because there are a lot of tactics to just switching what orb you're going to use next by discarding it. But I just don't bother. I just full send, accept whatever the hell I get. As most have come to expect of me at this point. Now, the problem with these mirrors is a portion of damage that's sent at them, if they don't die from it, will be sent back to me. Really sucks. Especially when they have 777 health. Bingo. Also, each crit you get increases the multiplier. So it can get out of hand really quick. Like if you've got extra crits on the board. I don't think this is going to manage to be enough to do a kill. Now you'll notice the Mem Orb did not get reflected. I think it has to be a physical orb for it to reflect as well. There we go. Lightning Orb will take care of business. Did not quite... Huh. Looked like it actually did half. Might have a resistance. I'm not actually that up on what those do. Now you notice I was able to bounce off that crit peg multiple times. That is because I believe when it has slime put... Yeah. It makes them durable as well, which gives them like 2-3 hits. Or... every single... Let's make more bounce. Turn the whole map into a bouncy castle. And I should have looked at the map ahead of time, but that's another thing I should be doing that I don't do, is actually reading the map. You can see the map down here. I'm missing out on an elite fight that would have given me another relic. That's fine. This really isn't intended to be a winning run. This is just a, hey, this is a game I'm playing to pass some time. Got the Orb-Seam I wanted. But this game is also just interesting in the fact that, as you can see, each enemy in each space pretty much has its own board layout for where the pegs will be. Since these guys are mostly relating to shield guys, their board layout's a shield. And that shield also halves all damage taken on it till it breaks. That gets a bit rough. Managed to miss the refresh peg. Hit literally everything else. Good job, me. Way to hit literally everything but what I wanted. There we go. Get that refresh in there. Voltorb can hit a bunch. Nope, timed that wrong. It's just a slight bit too early. Fine, that rock's gonna do a good bit. That's a fumble and a half, but it's gonna work out. Ooh, that shot could have been so much better. Now, the orb seems interesting, because since it, as you can see, it has dents. It's gonna sink a lot faster. It also does that. It just goes right through situations where it might otherwise rebound. You want to be careful where you fire those. And I should have just used the Memorb to kill him straight up, but eh. That involves actually, like, paying attention to what I'm doing. This whole Orbsium thing's not really working out as much as I thought it was going to. This setup also really doesn't play with it much, so that's not surprising. I could heal, but why heal when I can get stronger? Let's just get even more slime. Oh, that didn't go where I wanted it. Doesn't matter over here, though. I'm just missing one event, pretty much. Because regular enemy fights don't really benefit you that much in this game. Like, this time the board layout's a little sword man. You'll notice attacks like the Memorb, since it goes around the shield, don't deal damage to the shield or get halved. Also, if I'd taken that mask that did confusion, what you see me doing on purpose right now is exactly what my peg would be doing all the time whenever I go to fire. It would just be spinning like this all the time. Which is why I was seriously considering doing it, because it would be really funny. But it also gets really annoying really quick half the time. Because it just genuinely turns into a waiting game at that point. There we go. Got a bunch of slime orbs on the table. Just in time for the Swole Torch coming out. That was a bad choice, though. That was a really bad choice. I don't know what I was expecting out of that move. I did not get what I expected. Just like that. And that is why you don't just off-the-cuff fire in this game. Unless you want to end up like me, where you only kind of just stumble forward. Thought I mapped that one out well, too, and that just did not. Just did not at all. Run may or may not be ending rapidly. Oh boy. If I were actually worried about succeeding right now, I'd be very embarrassed of these shots. As it stands, I'm still kind of just cringing internally at some of these. Like that. That was a cringe shot. You know, that wasn't meant to be another example. That really wasn't intended to be an example of that. Thing is, that's all gonna get burnt on the shield. Damn it. Get my shit kicked in. There we go. That'll sort him out. That's pretty much how my shots go. I either get a brilliant shot that does a ridiculous amount of damage, or it's such a travesty and it doesn't hit anything or anything. Go ahead and make any pegs it hits +2. That'll be fun. Oh yeah, and if you end up in the fire when you're trying to navigate, it'll just do damage to you. It's not ideal. Oops. It's really unfortunate when you get the Memorb first in a fight. Since, you know, it's only usable once, and it is based on having hit pegs before it. That. Meanwhile, there's people out there that all of these bombs on this board, they would have hit in one go and just destroyed everything immediately. Ow, my head. I have no piercing or anything, so we are in trouble. Because with all of them stacking up on us like that, and me throwing a useless dagger, we are basically dead. Especially with a stone being my next shot, and I can't discard things anymore because of bad choices I made. Well, we'll kill this one. Which means he hits me, but we actually get one more shot. If we can keep clearing, we might make this. But I'm pretty sure I can't clear 2 of them anymore. We'd have to clear 2 in one go to not take damage. So I think we're SOL. But we are going to really fuck this guy's day up. Wait, no, we did heal enough. We're still alive. We are not dead. We are still not dead. But we need to hit a ridiculous amount of pegs and kill this guy. Which neither happened. Splat goes the goblin. Go ahead and do one more. Because that didn't take that long. And this game's just kind of addicting to begin with. That rule. That was slightly higher than I meant. If I had just aimed that a little flatter, it would have bounced back and given us a really good hit. Oh, that's a bomb. One bomb will be enough to guarantee 1 kill, but it will only set up the rest of them. But it doesn't matter, these guys are nice and slow. You don't want to burn all your bombs straight away anyway. I'd say, please tell me I didn't just completely botch that shot too. I would have been so disappointed in myself if that shot went completely awry. It's bad enough that this shot just went straight down the toilet. It did not need the dagger also going down. Oh my god, am I gonna manage to actually get myself hit by this guy? Please tell me I'm not gonna manage to do that badly. Okay, good, we got a bomb. We're okay. Jesus. That is so embarrassing. That refresh orb was actually doing a real good job, so I'll take that again. I hadn't actually used the refresh orb that much until now. Okay, we're gonna want a wing left for the chest. Board refreshed, but I then had to reload, so it refreshed it again. Mew, the bombs ran away. There we go, the Matryoshka orb. I like messing with that one because it's got multi-ball. The first thing it hits, it'll split into 2 orbs. And as you upgrade it, it splits into more and more orbs. So it can get really stupid. In the best kind of way. There's also a relic that'll give every orb you have that effect. But it tanks your damage pretty bad. So as fun as it is, it tends to end badly for me. Which may as well be my catchphrase at this point. It will end badly for me, but it'll be funny. Ulti-ball! This is not a great map for it, but it's fine. I don't know what I was thinking with that shot. I think the pro tip there is I wasn't. Thank you, Arvi, for the raid. How are you doing? Well, welcome to a mess. in all honesty. But welcome in, everyone. I'm Dracomut. I play whatever the hell strikes my fancy at the time. Today's been a weird day. I started off by finishing a playthrough of the remaster of Myst. Then I started playing Secret of Evermore. And now we're doing Peglin because I was originally going to end. Someone raided me, so I kept going, and now here we are. So how was your stream, Harvey? Ow. Pain, suffering, whoa, why? It really is. It has no business either having as good a music as it does, or being just as addicting as it is. Yes, share the curse. Spread it around. All must know the glory of Peglin. I feel that. I have yet to do well with any of the Metal Gears either, and it's mostly my own fault. But as long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters. That seems to just be a required feature of streaming, is somebody there to bully you. I appreciate the follow, T-Cult. You'll fit in fine around here, though I'm usually the one making myself play a random nonsense. It's not to say I haven't been influenced multiple times, because Myst was the result of me being pushed to play something a little more story intense. At that point, I forgot how words work. But I'm gonna warn y'all right now, I have no schedule to speak of, and my consistency is questionable. Well, in terms of what I play. Secret of Evermore is going to be a consistent feature for a bit until I finish it, and other than that, who knows what's gonna happen. Things are just going to happen. I had originally intended to only do one run of this, and we're now on run 2. Because, you know, that's just how this goes. Every time you're like, just gonna do one, that one turns into like 3 to 5. Thank you for the follow as well, RV, even though it did not notify me that that happened. I think Stream Elements might be having a moment. Which is a, like, 3 or 4 times daily situation. No surprise there. Okay, been that one real bad. That's not ideal. Please do not hit me in the face. I would not enjoy that. Okay, I guess that's gonna happen. Okay, yeah. But like I said, 1 turns into 3 to 5. Yeah, sure, we'll take the enhanced gunpowder. I haven't actually used that yet. Weaponized Envy was very tempting, but I don't tend to actually pick up any... I don't tend to pick up that much healing. I've heard that there's a lot of really weird things you can absolutely break with this game. I've just not really done that much of it myself. Okay. Yeah, I did take the enhanced gunpowder for the clear nearby pegs. Yeah, sure, rub orb. Extra bouncy is always good fun. Let's actually look at the map for a change. Okay, I want that treasure chest on the left. There's no real elites to hit until we get toward the bottom. We want to just trend left. Going all bomb items is honestly the best. Self-destruction, once you have enough bomb items, just kind of ends up being expected. Especially if you have lots of the red bombs running around. Please tell me that Matryoshka... Oh, was that the... Wait. Was that the Matryoshka orb, or was that the Matryoshka relic? Since you're saying 0/0 orbs, I'm going to assume the relic. Okay. Please tell me you fully upgraded the orb, because that's just the best way that could go. Excellent. I don't know about anybody else, but the moment I have the Matryoshka orb, I don't upgrade anything else until that's fully upgraded. Because you just can't not do that. I file that under an unwritten rule. If I ever actually pick up Dr. Orb, we'll go ahead and upgrade it and see. I don't think I've ever actually even picked up the Dr. Orb. I always look at the fact that you can only use it once and go, eh. Even though it probably would save my life. Well, of course. If you use it, it's gone, so you can't upgrade it. Fair enough. I can definitely imagine situations where it'd be useful. I'm just one of those crazy people that doesn't even discard orbs, so I would inevitably end up wasting the Doctor Orb before I get a chance to actually use it in a real situation. Refreshes? Okay. Yeah. I keep forgetting about that. But it's fine. These aren't intended to be successes today. I'm pretty much winding down from a lot of nonsense, so brain's just kind of in, send it! Yes, exactly. Of course, results like that are where you get when you just go, eh, to hell with it, send it. I need to get rid of these stones. Let's go ahead and max out the rubber orb. Comedy value. Matter where we're going still. This way. Ghost Peglet and the power of more splat. I can still hit a chest if I go to this event over here, so we'll go ahead and hit that. Yeah, sure. Nothing bad happened. What do you know? Fuck you, son. Okay. Nope, that did not work out. Oh well. That's fine. You know what? Since this is the last one, flip the chip. I don't care how many flips it takes, give me the chip. This is going to end poorly. Yeah, I just gotta get it to show up. I'm absolutely gonna do it, though. I've had a max upgraded Matryoshka just turn into absolute nothing so many times from flipping the chip. But it's funny every time. Oh. Rip. Bad. You know, that shot would have worked fine if it was anything but my rub orb. If I was paying attention, I would have realized what I was throwing. Instead, I'm just throwing. Case in point. Why does it keep putting the 0 on the side every time? Alright, because it knows I want to go over there. Right. Right, logic tracks. I have no piercing. This is a sad day. There we go. Fixed it. At least that doesn't zero the bombs out, although that would have been really good. Take the Poltergeist. There we go. That's what I wanted. And then that happened. Wasn't sure how it was going to behave when sliding, as far as the going upward part goes. Because logically, sliding up would still count the same as just generally traveling upward. But sometimes things can be weird about that, so it was worth checking. Get another rub orb. With all the piercing issues I'm having, I'm going to take an echo orb. We need more ways of hitting more than one enemy. And expecting to get the hammer is basically not going to work out in my favor. Fuck you, nature. Stab a tree. Hello there. Yeah, Peglin's alright. It's a very good game to dip in and out of, I'd say. There's a lot you can do with it, but you really gotta have a taste for this kind of thing. Particularly good when you're already a little burnt down from a lot of stuff that's happened. You're like, I just need something simple. Because you can make this very complicated, or you could just throw a ball and hope for best. And it'll work out generally either way. Within reason. Don't go to the zero. Don't go to the zero. Please, no. No zero. Bad. Please hold as I hit every zero on the screen. Clearly, this was my grand strategy the entire time. This does pretty well for a stream game because you have plenty of time to keep an eye on what your chat's doing. But there's still just enough going on screen. I'd say it works out pretty well to keep people interested too, at least for a while. I have killed the tree. Actually not killed the tree till now. Because usually I don't manage to do enough damage without killing them all. Yeah, these days there's no shortage of roguelikes, but finding good ones gets to be the hard part. I found that a lot of them have longevity issues. Because even with all the stuff around... brain, please. Words. Words have gotten very hard at this point. Ooh. I really want the kinetic meteor, but I also love the electropagnet. Electropagnet. Meta progression. That was the word I was thinking of. Well, I suppose the question becomes, are you looking for something similar to those, or are you looking for something completely new? Yeah, I definitely had 3 good choices there. Just for how silly this is already getting, the magnet seemed like the perfect choice just to make this get real stupid. Especially sending the bomb orb pinballing around extra. Okay. I will do my best. I make no promises that I'm not going to manage to balls up that shot again. Case in point. But yeah, as far as there being two of you, are you specifically looking for roguelikes you can both play, or are you looking for something you can hand off? All bombs. No, I'll go ahead and take the fight. I don't want the 3 stupid stones. I don't have a build that works with stones, therefore stones are useless to me. Fuck that guy in particular. Fucking 800 damage. Yeah, that's fair. You do have a trade-off there pretty badly. Well, if you're looking for another card-based one, Rogue Book's pretty good. And they're still actively developing that, so you should get a decent amount out of that. Across the Obelisk is also another very good card game. And that one you can end up spending a lot of time on, because there's a fair bit of content to it. So that one could also be played multiplayer if you want to go either way on that one. Since it would be turn-based multiplayer, you could have your cake and eat it too, where you both get to play, but you still can pay attention to chat. As far as something similar to Gungeon, things like Metal Mind immediately come to mind, though Metal Mind still needs a bit of work, I'd say. Oh, Super Ghost. It's not very super, but it's at least doubled. There we go. That'll end this fight. Aside from the guy who's gonna come wandering in. Get a rock in the face. I should heal, but I'm not going to. Take the Echo Orb. Sure. And to think, I was like, I'm gonna end at the 3 hour mark. Here I am, 5.5 hours in, like, huh, well, this happened. Fair enough. Have a good night, and I'll be sure to swing by if I get a chance to see you too. No problem. I'm always happy to share my knowledge of random roguelikes. Because I have certainly spent an amount of time with that idea. Really anything I happen to know. If people need answers, I'm happy to answer any questions. Important? Maybe. No. Probably not. Ah, okay, it's... No. I'll be so sad if this hits a 0, but it's probably going to hit a 0. No, I got a double. There we go. That's a real shot. It could have been better, but at least it actually did damage this time. Yeah. When death inevitably strikes me, that'll probably be it for today. The odds of death keep rising the more I look at this screen. Yep, unless... Oh no, one more arrow. Oh well. Those are the results you get when you're just kind of throwing things together instead of making an actual strategy. You know, seems to be the way of today. I went from a coin flip earlier as far as how the raid was going to go before I ended up continuing. And now I've got another coin flip as far as my raid goes, because now I've got two choices I wouldn't mind sending people to. Is it Solstrom? Tails it's Jukebox. Jukebox won the toss. I have no idea what he's actually playing. Probably playing a modified version of some description, but it might still be fun. Thank you again, Arvi, for the raid if you're still here. And of course, thank you all for being here. This massively outdid my expectations for today. And I have nothing to offer but gratitude at the moment, but I will make it worth it for everyone as best I can in the future. Go see what Jukebox is doing. Good night, everybody, and be good to him.